Chapter 9:18. Precept of 4 parts, Body of Precepts. The old, stern voice rang out once again. In Li Qingshan's ears, it was like a heavenly melody. The giant god of fire that lunged over crazily suddenly had its blazing hair cut off inch by inch, as if an invisible pair of scissors was shaving its head and accepting its precepts. A monk's robe appeared on its body, and a string of prayer beads appeared in its hand. Li Qingshan had never seen or heard of such a strange sight before. The giant god of fire had actually turned into a monk in a single moment, but what was the point of that? The flames on the giant god of fire did not weaken at all, but it did not blow itself up resolutely. The twisted madness on its face suddenly subsided drastically, replaced by a hint of struggle and confusion. Zhu Yan felt the killing intent in his heart vanish, and an extremely strange feeling of benevolence arose within him instead. He regretted all the evil deeds he'd done in his life. At this moment, he couldn't even bring himself to kill a bird, let alone so many living beings. Using this opportunity, Li Qingshan and Gong Yuan backed far away. The 3 merfolk kings pulled away from the giant god of fire as well, ordering the merfolk to disperse at the same time. Afterwards, they all unleashed their various techniques. 3,000 streaks of light, a tornado of wind, a black storm of ice, and surging water all whistled over. The giant god of fire's advance came to a halt, and it was pushed back step by step. Flames sprayed from its body as it let out roars filled with regret. It waged war in its heart. The blazing, violent nature of divinity and the benevolent nature of Buddhism constantly struggled. Having lost the support of the 400 kilometers of sea of fire, its body rapidly shrank. Even its face became blurry. Unity of the swords. Yi Duanhai formed a seal with his hand, and the 3,000 streaks of light combined into a glorious sword, sweeping past the giant god of fire's right leg. The giant god of fire dropped to its knees. Its fury and resentment finally broke through the invisible shackles on its soul. Its monk's robes shattered, its hair reignited, and the prayer beads scattered. Zhu Yan knew it was the divine nun of the South Sea again. He bellowed out, "Old damned nun! Mighty be the nun!" Li Qingshan praised. Although it was not a direct attack, the effects were far too impressive. In a large-scale battle like this, it was basically even more powerful than a great sword cultivator. The divine nun of the South Sea shuddered, and her face paled. She had suffered some backlash. She took out a pill and ingested it, also ignoring the hatred and admiration. He put his palms together and chanted Amitabha again before introducing to little N, who was beside him. If the precepts are the foundation of the school of Vinaya, then the precepts are the main body. In the process of accepting and adhering to the precepts, you will receive your own Dharma body. You will guard against evil, pursue good, and refrain from evil. Not only can it protect oneself from evil thoughts, but it can also help all living beings to realize their mistakes and convert to Buddhism. It's just a pity that this fire-devouring king is far too violent and resentful. Even I can't save him. It's a pity, a pity. Otherwise, I'd ask Her Majesty to spare his life. After all, will there ever be an end to revenge? If the precepts are to be impervious to all Dharma, then the precepts are to prevent evil thoughts from arising, and even to the point of forcefully converting people to Buddhism. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts when they heard this. These Buddhists were poisonous. If you really can do that, what's wrong with me sparing his life? Gong Yuan said and glanced at Li Qingshan. The person beside her could be regarded as half a Buddhist too, so it was no wonder he was so vicious. "I'll remember that," said little Anne. The process of your tonsure and ordination was far too casual back then, reduced to a mere formality. This is also the greatest flaw of the school of Zen. They blindly seek to understand their true nature, rejecting the precepts as foreign objects. They drink alcohol, eat meat, and even slander the Dharma. However, apart from a few eminent monks with great wisdom, how many people can understand the true meaning behind this? If I have the opportunity, I'll take up the precepts for you again. The divine nun of the South Sea shook her head and casually criticized the school of Zen a little before retreating another 5 kilometers away with little N. She had been drifting away from the battlefield the entire time, ready to flee at any time. She had only fought twice the entire time, but no one dared to underestimate her. Instead, they felt like it was only natural. Both times she had fought had decisive effects, allowing the world to witness the power of the school of Vinaya. The storm traveled north. In the fierce wind and rain, the giant god of fire charged into the merfolk battle formation and unleashed a massacre. With a swing of its spear, several hundred merfolk were reduced to ashes. It was finally able to slaughter to its heart's content. At a time like this, no one dared to approach the giant god of fire, afraid of dying together with it. They could only attack from afar. If it were not for the fact that Granich had ordered the merfolk warriors to disperse when they retreated, they basically would have been wiped out, slaughtered to the lasts. Even 10,000 cannot stop a single person if they put their lives on the line. This was also applicable in the cultivation world. However, putting their lives on the line could not last for long. A while later, the giant god of fire shrank by almost 300 meters. The attacks from Li Qingshan and the others were all powerful enough to split mountains and sever rivers. Without the support of Zhu Fun and Zhu Zai, without the support of the 400 kilometers of Fire Melt Mountain, how long could a mere Zhu Yan last? And the storm only made matters worse. Zhu Yan, when you massacred my giant ship island, did you think a day like this would come? Ji Changfeng spat out a mouthful of essence blood. He went as far as to expend his cultivation, swinging the Filean flag until it rustled loudly. The fierce winds whistled and swirled, stripping away and tearing apart the flames. He was delighted with his revenge. Just now, the giant god that was still insufferably mighty had become a trapped beast in the storm. Go die! The giant god of fire threw out the spear with everything he had, but it was cut in half by Yi Duanhai's sword in midair. Li Qingshan saw this and also felt a sense of sorrow, but it only lasted for a moment. Up until now, over half of the several thousand merfolk warriors had already died. As for devouring, a few of them died from exhausting their strength, while the rest all retreated back to the main peak. However, what made him sigh the most was actually not the humiliation and pursuit of him, nor was it the casualties of the merfolk and fire-devouring folk, nor was it the tragedy of the destruction of his clan that Ji Changfeng brooded over. Instead, it was the several 100,000 mortals on Giant Ship Island that had been reduced to ashes in the flames without anyone noticing. Just like how Gong Yuan despised him, he had yet to completely break free from the realm of mortals. At the very least, Zhu Yan, you can still die a tragic death, fighting like a trapped beast and not dying like weeds. Out of respect for a warrior, he would use his full strength to kill Zhu Yan here and now. Flame King, don't get caught up in the battle. Look to the south. The storm is coming. Quickly retreat to the main peak. Zhu Fun communicated in a hurry. Zhu Yan recovered a sliver of calmness and raised his eyes to the south. A dazzling light appeared in the surroundings. A white and golden pillar of light enveloped a range of several hundred kilometers, rapidly moving towards Fire Melt Mountain. In order to maximize the might of the storm, Ji Changfeng had directed it straight towards Fire Melt Mountain under his meticulous control. However, this also meant that the eye of the storm would just happen to pass by Fire Melt Mountain. Although it would pass by before long, it would form a windless and rainless region on the main peak of Fire Melt Mountain. As long as they grasped this opportunity, they could turn the tables. They were not in dire straits yet. Zhu Yan glanced past everyone in disdain. Do you really think you can kill me, Zhu Yan, with such determination? He turned around and flew towards the main peak. Myriad poison, keep him busy, Li Qingshan ordered. Everyone was surprised. Who had not heard of the myriad poison ancestor? They were already very surprised that he would come to help. With how careful he was and how much he valued his life, why would he risk his life to stop Zhu Yan? However, to everyone's disbelief, the myriad poison ancestor actually leapt up and turned into a poison-assimilating ghost king, blocking Zhu Yan's path. Li Qingshan said, "If you want to perish with me, I'll give you the opportunity to perish with me. Come, show me your determination." Gong Yuan stared at him in surprise. He turned around and asked, "Are we really going to make him return to the main peak? Once we break through the formation, how much strength will we have left, And how much strength will they have left? Gong Yuan frowned slightly. From the start of the battle until now, none of the experts on their side had died, but the situation was not optimistic. Ji Changfeng was already powerless to continue fighting, and a great sword cultivator like Yi Duanhai was probably the least skilled in prolonged battles. In order to control the flood and attack the protective formation, the three merfolk kings had used up all their strength at the same time. Even casting a technique just now was rather difficult. Even Shi and Li Qingshan had exhausted themselves when they worked together to fend off the giant god of fire and fire dragon of the land. They had only managed to last until now through the wonders of dual cultivation and the endless power of Ruin's End from the heart of the abyss. The battle formation of the merfolk had already fallen, and the defenses of the main peak definitely could not be breached so easily. If Zhu Yan and the others were allowed to recover easily and launch another counterattack together, the situation would become extremely dangerous. Just now, she actually thought the outcome was already set. She was far too naive. What do you think we should do? We've already come this far. If we don't take any risks, then we'll be underestimating our opponents far too much. Li Qingshan smiled and wrapped his arm around Gong Yuan's waist tightly, flying toward Zhu Yan. All right, I'll believe you. Gong Yuan shook her head helplessly. The corner of her lips curled into a smile. Ignoring her mental exhaustion, she powered the heart of the abyss as hard as she could. The power of Ruin's End expanded once more, turning into a black spirit turtle in the air and slamming towards the giant god of fire's back viciously. Zhu Fen rushed over in a hurry to provide support. With a flash of his sword, he intercepted him. Faced with Zhu Fen's furious expression, Yi Duanhai said indifferently, "What? You want to blow yourself up too?" Their eyes met and sparks flew. The two of them began fighting again, but this time, Yi Duanhai had truly lost the upper hand, which indirectly proved that what Li Qingshan had said was true. The three merfolk kings exchanged glances and nodded at the same time. With just the three of them, they controlled the flood and slammed it against the main peak violently. Boom! Like the world was collapsing, the water surged and splashed everywhere. The main peak of Fire Melt Mountain shook violently. The surrounding 400 kilometers of Fire Melt Mountain had already been completely swallowed by the flood. Only the main peak towered into the clouds, like a lone island in the ocean. Zhu Zai's expression changed. Originally, she wanted to control the formations to attack again and assist Zhu Fen and Zhu Yan, but now, she was in a hurry to obey the formations, afraid of losing focus. To the north of Fire Melt Mountain, the last spiritual stone cannon was reduced to a pile of scrap metal in the spiritual energy explosion. Yu Wufeng swung the fogbow sword and ordered, "Attack! I'll cut down anyone who tries to flee on the spot." The cave masters all shivered when they heard that. "We serve the king of savages," the gentleman of heavenly blubber called out. He sucked in a deep breath and turned his body into a huge ball of flesh. Suddenly he sprayed out with a streak of blood-red light, charging at the main peak of Fire Melt Mountain. The 10 cave masters all struck out with their full strength, attacking the main peak. Chapter 9:19. Under Li Qingshan's orders, the vicious poison-assimilating Ghost King blocked the giant god of fire. Pale, green flames burned in its deep eye sockets as it gazed at a blurry face that was burning with flames. Boom! The confrontation only lasted for a split second before the two colossal objects collided viciously. Flames of two different colors crisscrossed and splashed everywhere. The giant god of fire swung its fists of fire and launched a furious attack. It did not use any more ingenious techniques. When enemies met on a narrow path, the more courageous would emerge victorious. The poison-assimilating Ghost King howled like a myriad of ghosts, which was enough to shake the mind of people. Mortals probably would have died on the spot, but it did not affect the giant god of fire much. Instead, it constantly retreated under the onslaught of the flames. Pale, green, poisonous clouds rose up from its body, like it was bleeding from wounds. This was not because the myriad poison ancestor was not using his full strength, but because evil ghosts were innately suppressed by fire, and the flames on the giant god of fire were anything but ordinary. Moreover, the myriad poison ancestor was not skilled in close combat, so he was even less of an opponent. Piss off! The giant god of fire roared furiously. It raised its right shoulder and charged forwards like a tank, unleashing explosive power and sending the poison-assimilating Ghost King flying. The giant god of fire paused slightly and staggered violently. The black spirit turtle slammed into its back viciously, and the flames on its back immediately dimmed significantly. Again! Li Qingshan and Gong Yuan clasped hands firmly. In that moment, they cast aside all of their grudges and prejudices, wholeheartedly opposing the enemy before them. They wanted to emerge victorious regardless of the cost. Then let's die together. Explode. Zhu Yan bellowed, actually choosing to self-destruct immediately. He wanted to take them down with him. Li Qingshan shivered inside. He wanted to dodge, but it was already too late. The flames on the giant god of fire suddenly blazed, illuminating the surroundings. For a moment, everyone's eyes were filled with roaring flames. In the end, the 300-meter-tall giant god of fire blurred before twisting and vanishing. Terrifying flames swept out in all directions like a tsunami, swallowing both the black spirit turtle and the poison-assimilating Ghost King. Under the impact of the flames, the black spirit turtle rapidly twisted and deformed like a sugar figurine being roasted at high temperatures. Even the cold power of Ruin's End seemed to be tainted with a layer of heat. Gong Yuan felt that the last bit of her mental strength had been used up, and she was almost unable to control the heart of the abyss. The power of the Ruin's End kept retreating, and the raging flames kept corroding it. A strong premonition of death assaulted her heart. I didn't expect to die here, and with someone like you. However, without Zhu Yan, the divine fire tablets won't be able to unleash much of their power. Fire Melt Mountain will definitely fall. She smiled, feeling somewhat unwilling and relieved at the same time. As the Merfolk Queen, she had done her duty. Just like her younger sister, she had been reduced to ashes in the raging flames. Li Qingshan was still staring at the center of the explosion. He casually pulled Gong Yuan behind him and said without turning his head, "Who said we would die?" He was not bold enough to charge up with Gong Yuan because of a moment of recklessness. Instead, he considered the fact that the giant god of fire had fought until now and had depleted quite a lot of its power, so the power of its self-destruction definitely would not be as great as before. However, he was not sure whether he could endure it or not. The worst outcome would just be turning into a phoenix's embryo. The flames should not be enough to destroy it, so he was not as pessimistic as Gong Yuan. Gong Yuan's heart skipped a beat. His wide back really seemed like it could withstand all dangers, which gave her a sliver of hope for survival. She could vaguely understand why her younger sister had been so stubborn in the past. The power of Ruin's End was constantly whittled away, leaving only a thin layer. Li Qingshan could already feel the burning pain on his face, but at this moment, the flames that filled his vision actually receded. What's going on? Li Qingshan raised an eyebrow. The flames had actually failed to even touch a hair on him. Had the divine nun of the South Sea intervened again? It was impossible for the explosion of the giant god of fire to be so weak. Even if Zhu Yan blew himself up, it would not be so weak. There was a flash of fire in his eyes, and a huge fireball that vaguely resembled the shape of a heart rushed towards the main peak of Fire Melt Mountain. Li Qingshan suddenly understood that the explosion this time was only a feint by Zhu Yan. He had only detonated the power that constructed the giant god of fire's body. At first glance, it seemed extremely shocking, but it was actually just for show. However, it had created an opportunity for Zhu Yan to escape. Precept of 4 parts, precept of conduct. The divine nun of the South Sea's voice rang out again. Zhu Yan's speeding figure suddenly came to a halt. He felt like he was immobilized, so he cursed again. Damned old nun. He struggled as hard as he could. Gravity of the earth, get over here. Li Qingshan raised his right hand and enveloped the heart of the fire god from afar, gathering all of his strength to use the ability. Zhu Yan felt an invisible force grab him and pull him backwards. The main peak of Fire Melt Mountain was right before him, but it suddenly seemed distant. In that moment, he experienced an urge to use this force to charge back and drag Li Qingshan down with him. However, he dismissed this thought with a thought. The main peak of Fire Melt Mountain was already on the verge of collapse. If he died, it would probably fall very soon. The poison-assimilating Ghost King lunged over again. Zhu Yan bellowed out, "Explode!" The heart of the fire god suddenly exploded. It was even more powerful than the explosion had just exploded. The divine nun of the South Sea's face changed, and a sliver of blood oozed out from the corner of her lips. She was no longer in the mood to explain the essence of the school of Vinaya to little and meditating in a hurry. Zhu Yan broke free from his restraints and used the power of the explosion to charge into the formation. Zhu Fen was overjoyed by this. He immediately broke free from Yi Duanhai and turned into a streak of fire, flying back to Fire Melt Mountain. There was a flash of light, and he took human form. Yi Duanhai panted slightly. A large part of his cloak had been singed. Clashing against the strongest of the three kings, Zhu Fen, was a bitter battle for him. He was powerless to stop him right now. The three kings of the fire devourers worked together and wielded the divine fire tablets, immediately stabilizing the tottering formation. At the same time, they tossed the three wutong fruits with a hint of gold into their mouths and absorbed the extremely pure fire spiritual qi that gushed out from the main peak of Fire Melt Mountain, rapidly recovering their strength. The three merfolk kings continued to power the flood with all their might, but their faces were already sheet white. The flood became weaker and weaker, while the main peak instead became more and more stable. Under this situation, taking down the main peak of Fire Melt Mountain where the royal court of fire devourers resided seemed to become more and more impossible, while the glorious eye of the storm drew closer and closer. Ji Changfeng had already overdrawn his strength a long time ago, entering a state of weakness. Although he still managed to swing the Filian flag, not only was he unable to trigger the storm, but he was even swallowed by it. The myriad poison ancestor withdrew the poison-assimilating Ghost King's clone. Just now, the two explosions were not enough to kill him, but they did leave him rather injured. The divine nun of the South Sea retreated another few kilometers. Although she still had some strength left, it was clearly not for throwing her life on the line. Instead, it was for escaping when it mattered, such as right now. She grabbed Little Anne's hand. Chapter 920. Li Qingshan could not help but think of what the Banyan Tree King had said, even if you gather everything you have. Even if you have the strength, the possibility of taking down Fire Melt Mountain is basically non-existent, unless you completely infuriate the fire devourers and make them give up on this natural geographical advantage and fight you elsewhere. However, he did not pay too much attention back then. With so many powerful cultivators gathered, coupled with his and Gong Yuan's combined efforts, how could they not take down a single Fire Melt Mountain? Only now did he realize that the Banyan Tree King was right. He had still underestimated the power of the divine fire tablets after all. This was a divine artifact that had been passed down since ancient times. Once it was combined with a geographical advantage like Fire Melt Mountain, the power it erupted with was enough to make people feel despair. The three fire devourers said nothing, doing their best to recover as much strength as they could. However, the flames of delight flickered in their hearts, as well as the blazing flames of revenge. They silently waited for an opportunity. Once they completely erupted, they would definitely incinerate all enemies. At this moment, glorious light suddenly descended. Above them was the circular, azure sky, but it was drizzling. A rainbow passed through the sky, so resplendent that it was impossible to look at it directly, but it cast a shadow over everyone's hearts. Fire Melt Mountain continued to stand, like an inextinguishable ball of fire on the vast ocean. At the center of the flames, a wutong tree extended, brimming with life. "If you want to retreat, then do it now," Yi Duanhai said. He had already done everything he could. He had not let down Li Qingshan's invitation this time. To a great sword cultivator like him, he no longer had any chance of victory in this battle. "You're right, fellow Yi." The divine nun of the South Sea expressed her agreement. "You're wrong, divine nun. We haven't lost yet." Granny suddenly withdrew her technique, and the weakened flood immediately collapsed. The two merfolk kings to the left and right looked at her in surprise. As if they had sensed something, they furrowed their brows. Even the fire devourers have the courage to die with the enemy, but don't the merfolk? Granny took off the Sumeru ring on her finger and tossed it gently. Granny! Gong Yuan caught the Sumeru ring. She was moved. Yuan, I've always told you to think for the sake of your clansmen and the bigger picture. You must be very impatient listening to me and thinking that I'm just boasting. He paused for a moment before continuing. Actually, that's not the case. With that, Granny leapt towards Fire Melt Mountain, charging forward without regard for her own safety. The main peak of Fire Melt Mountain rushed into her face, and she smiled. Quickly, stop her. Zhu Fan's expression changed drastically as he roared loudly. However, it was already too late. That slightly stooped figure blossomed with a dazzling bright blue light, causing the brilliant sunlight to pale in comparison. After what seemed like a long time, the roar came, shaking the heavens and earth. The terrifying force collided with the main peak of Fire Melt Mountain, like countless impacts from a flood. The formation that had just stabilized only lasted for a split second before shattering. Even a portion of the mountain was swallowed and collapsed, creating a huge gap. This was the power of a king general that had cultivated for thousands of years. Amitba, the divine nun of the South Sea, chanted softly. Under the illumination of the sun, in the tranquil eye of wind, the location of the fire devourer's royal court, the main peak of Fire Melt Mountain, was exposed before everyone for the first time. A moment of silence appeared on the battlefield. Granny. Gong Yuan murmured. She never thought she would actually be so resolute. After all, merfolk were not as violent and warlike as the fire devourers. Having reached their current realm of cultivation, they valued their lives even more. They would never think of something like that unless they were in dire straits. Or why would they pursue the word longevity in the first place? Even if Gong Yuan had thought of using this method to take down Fire Melt Mountain, she would never have done it. Righteousness was important, but it was not necessarily the path of longevity that was as important. No one had to put on an act about this. Even the three fire-devouring kings had never imagined Granny would do something like this, so they were caught off guard. Moreover, even if they were on guard, it would be useless. The mountain could not fly or move, so there was no way to deal with this move. The storm moved extremely quickly. The eye of wind only paused for a moment before the fierce wind and rain arrived once more, pouring down on the crater of the volcano. Without any hesitation, Li Qingshan immediately swung his blade and rushed towards the crater. The magnificent palace forged from fiery red crystal and the dazzling divine Wutong tree appeared before him once again. Gong Yuan followed close behind. Ji Changfeng Yiduanhai, the myriad poison ancestor, and even the divine nun of the South Sea all appeared above the crater, forming an encirclement. The other two merfolk kings used the last of their strength to control the water, directly pouring it into the crater. The water gushed into the crater, destroying the palaces one by one. It made contact with the scorching magma and kicked up white mist. However, the wind and rain obscured the view, and the water flowed endlessly, forcefully suppressing the flames of the earth. To a very large extent, the geographical advantage depended on the power of the formation to fend off the enemy with composure and recover strength rapidly. Once the formation was destroyed, this geographical advantage would immediately be halved. Coupled with the suppression of the storm and the pouring of the water, it was basically non-existent. The three fire-devouring kings were all alarmed. In such a short amount of time, they had not even recovered 30% of their strength, and they had lost the geographical advantage too. Even with the divine fire tablets in hand, it was impossible for them to withstand such an encirclement. Even if Li Qingshan and the others were even more exhausted, their tremendous advantage in numbers was enough for them to achieve a qualitative change. Seeing this, Li Qingshan was in no hurry to strike either. He just waited for a volcanic lake to form. Now that the advantage was on their side, they could deal with it with ease. However, his brows were firmly furrowed. He did not relax at all. Right now, it all depended on how the three fire devourers would respond. If they chose to fight, then they would definitely perish together and drag others down with them. Unless they did not receive them at all, no one had the confidence to escape alive. The other choice was to flee. Whether it was opening the gate of divine fire or directly diving into the depths of the magma, none of them could stop them. Gong Yuan no longer had the strength to unleash the icebound domain and seal up the space. They had won this battle, but it was much more difficult than they had imagined it to be. It was either a narrow escape or endless trouble. It was no wonder the king of Yu wanted to create a silver dragon king. Attacking a mountain was not something humans could do. So many experts had worked together against it, yet one of them had still died, and they had almost failed. Even if they won, they had no idea whether it would be a Pyrrhic victory, or if they had allowed the enemy to escape. The three fire devourers looked at one another. Thousands of thoughts flashed through their minds in that moment. All they could think about were these two situations. However, to their sorrow, they discovered that no matter which option they chose, the fire devourers would not be able to escape the fate of annihilation. Even if they fled, only the three of them could escape. The rain poured down, and the water constantly rose, flooding the pavilions and lofty palaces. Only the divine Wutong tree remained, holding up a red halo of light, blocking the rain and water. Thick, dark clouds seemed to weigh down on the mountain peak. The wind howled and lightning crackled. Everything before them seemed like the end of the world. "My king, you should go. Avenge us." The great shaman priest threw himself under the divine Wutong tree. There were no tears in his eyes, only flames. The three fire devourers raised their heads and looked over. Pairs of fiery red eyes stared at them. There was no blame or resentment. All of the remaining fire devourers stood in the rain. Even in this final moment, they refused to invade this holy land. "Go?" Zhu Fen smiled and Zhu Zai smiled too. Zhu Yan said, "Don't worry, we'll avenge you right now." "My king!" The great shaman priest cried out. The fire devourers were all solemn, but none of them tried to persuade them otherwise. There are only fire devourers who die in battle. There are no fire devourers who flee. The three fire devourers said at the same time. The tips of the divine fire tablets in their hands faced each other, rising up together slowly. They did not move quickly, but they possessed an unparalleled pressure. It was even greater than when the giant god of fire charged out of the sea of fire on the fire dragon of the land. They sang a sorrowful song, dying with the enemy. Ji Changfeng and Yi Duanhai immediately prepared to retreat. It was not because their hatred was not deep enough, nor was it because they lacked courage. All cultivators treasured their lives, let alone the fact that they had reached their current level of cultivation. There were just far too many difficulties. They could die in battle against their enemies, but they did not want to be dragged down with them. They would die a meaningless death. The divine nun of the South Sea directly retreated 5 kilometers, returning to little Anne's side and grabbing her hand. Li Qingshan let out a deep sigh. "We've been tricked if that's the case." Although the three fire devourers were determined to die with the enemy, they were not brainless enough to charge up and self-destruct. Instead, they just had to use this method to force them bit by bit, which hid a great scheme. Once their encirclement collapsed, they might even be in danger of being taken out individually. They clearly knew their scheme, but everyone, including Li Qingshan, had to retreat. They dared not retreat. If they did not retreat, then it would be exactly what the three fire devourers wanted. Their powers would combine and self-destruct at the same time. No matter who was sucked in, they would be doomed. The three fire devourers continued to rise. Even when they purposefully slowed down, they could cross a distance of less than 3,000 meters in a few seconds. "What do we do?" Gong Yuan asked Li Qingshan beside her almost instinctively. At that moment, only he remained standing firmly, without any intentions of retreating. "Kill." Li Qingshan stood with his arms crossed and glanced at the myriad poison ancestor. The myriad poison ancestor seemed to be struggling slightly, but under Li Qingshan's gaze, he was immediately subdued. After breaking through to the 5th layer of the tiger demon, the ability of the nightmare tiger's demonic eye had become even more powerful. On the side, Gong Yuan sensed it too. She felt like his gaze was cold and murderous, filled with supreme dignity, which actually made her feel a hint of fear that she had not experienced in a very long time. She could not help but take a step back, rejecting him instinctively. Compared to the current Li Qingshan, even the Li Qingshan who usually took advantage of the situation to forcefully kiss her seemed much cuter. That was truly looking down on everything, heartless and merciless. The world was vast, but only a single person existed, and even they themselves were treated as mortal enemies, so they slaughtered everything and fought against the heavens and earth. There was a flash of green light, and the myriad poison ancestor flew down. The 3 fire devourers were overjoyed at first. The heavily injured myriad poison ancestor was not their opponent at all. Without any support, he might not even be able to withstand a single strike. Right when they were about to use the divine fire tablets to kill him, great fear suddenly rose up. In the blink of an eye, the myriad poison ancestor arrived before them. His expression was indescribable, whether it was indifference or determination. Before they could even attack or dodge, miserable green light had already filled their eyes. Chapter 9:21. The storm howled, but its momentum was gradually weakening. Even the mighty power of the heavens and the earth was affected by this great battle. The battle had finally reached its end, but it became more and more intense. It was difficult to determine a victor. The divine nun of the South Sea backed up far away. Just when she was about to leave with little, and she felt an unusual sense of determination from her. She said gently, "We've won." The divine nun of the South Sea was mildly surprised. Just when she wanted to say something, there was a deafening rumble. The main peak swelled up from inside out, and a circular shockwave whistled through the air. A streak of green light surged out of the crater, rushing into the sky and dyeing the clouds. The divine nun of the South Sea's face was illuminated too. She said in surprise, "That's..." Yi Duanhai was shocked. He doubted his eyes. The myriad poison ancestor blew himself up? Even the merfolk Queen Gongyuan and Ji Changfeng, who bore deep grievances against her, would not resort to something like that. To a very large extent, Granny was approaching the end of her lifespan, and her path of cultivation had basically been severed. She did not want so many clansmen to sacrifice themselves for nothing, which was why she had made such a decision. That was already surprising enough. What was the myriad poison ancestor after? Everyone could not help but look at Li Qingshan's back. The myriad poison ancestor seemed to have come to reinforce them because of him. Was this also his order? Even the king of Southern Yu and the Banyan Tree King could not make a great demonic cultivator who cherished his life so much willingly die. It was exactly because of this that the 3 fire devourers were completely unprepared. Gong Yuan, who was only inches away from him, immediately felt like she could not see through this man who had once cultivated together with her mentally. She could not help but frown slightly. Just what did he do? Li Qingshan stood with his arms crossed, staring at the crater without moving at all. The corner of his lips curled into a smile, filled with cold mockery. "If you want to blow yourself up, then I'll play with you. Do you really think I'm that easy to scare?" The effects of the myriad poison ancestors' self-destruction seemed to be much worse than Granny. It did not possess the terrifying might that could devour everything, but under the restraint of the crater, the power instead became even more concentrated, and it possessed a sense of corrosion, releasing all of the venom he had accumulated over 1,000 years. The red crystals on the inner wall of the crater turned into a mud-like red and green viscous substance. It flowed down and emitted a pungent smell. Gong Yuan also felt a little dizzy when she smelled it. She couldn't help but sigh at the intensity of the poison. The fate of the several thousand fire devourers was the same. Their bodies melted into mush in the green light, only leaving behind their hearts, which were also soaked in poison. The flames were extinguished. However, at the bottom of the volcano, the 3 fire-devouring kings held the divine fire tablets in a defensive posture. Their auras had become extremely weak, but they were still alive. "You guys are really tough," Li Qingshan said. "Despicable bastard, how dare you fight me?" Zhu Yan was utterly furious as he cursed aloud, but his voice gave off a sense of weakness. His entire body was covered in a layer of faint green. Large swathes of his skin had festered, and it was rapidly spreading, corroding his flesh and blood. No matter how tough their defenses were, It was impossible for them to emerge unscathed from the self-destruction of a great cultivator at such a close distance. Although it did not cause any instant, terrifying damage, the poison had already invaded their bodies and was currently spreading violently. If they did not stop it, it would definitely be fatal. From a certain perspective, it was slightly better than what Li Qingshan had anticipated. Everything else was simple now. So what if I dare? So what if I don't? Although I also prefer to use my own strength to defeat my opponents in an open battle, I hate losing even more. Li Qingshan said calmly. He was not an unscrupulous person, but when he needed to do so, he would not care too much. Anyway, once I kill the three of you, Fire Melt Mountain will be completely destroyed. I'll show you that I, Li Qingshan, am not lying. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Zhu Yan roared out madly, but it only made the poison spread even faster. He wanted to rush over, but he was firmly held back by Zhu Fun and Zhu Zai, who called out, King Yan, don't fall for it. In their current state, it was already impossible for them to catch up to anyone. It was impossible for them to even perish together. Instead, it made the poison spread even faster. Li Qingshan, King of Savages, I will definitely get my revenge for the destruction of my race. You will definitely die in the flames, never to be reincarnated. Zhu Fun cursed him in the most vicious way possible. Li Qingshan said, dying in the flames is my destiny, just like dying to a virus is the destiny of you fire devourers. What, are you planning on running away? Zhu Fun was indeed planning on running away. They were not in dire straits yet. As long as he escaped from the magma and used the flames of the earth to suppress the poison, he still had a great chance at survivals. At the same time, 500 kilometers away, the Silver Dragon King hovered above the clouds. In the silvery white room, the King of Southern Yu muttered to himself, if I kill Li Qingshan, do you think the three of them will completely pledge their allegiance to me? They won't, said the tiny banyan tree potted plant on the table. Why? The King of Southern Yu seemed eager to prove that he could kill Li Qingshan, and not just Li Qingshan. There were also Gong Yuan and the other two merfolk kings. That way, he could conveniently crush the royal court of the merfolk. Meanwhile, the fire-devouring kings would no longer be the same after losing their clansmen. They would not be able to grow and expand either. The problem in the south could be completely eliminated. After losing all your clansmen, do you have any other methods to control the three of them? None. The King of Southern Yu thought about it. He had only given the divine fire tablets to the fire devourers after careful consideration. The fire devourers were stubborn dogs, but they were not rabid dogs. He did not have absolute confidence that they would not turn on him, or it would definitely be much easier for him to take down Fire Melt Mountain than Li Qingshan and the others. As a matter of fact, he did not even need the Silver Dragon King. The fire devourers were equivalent to hostages. Now that they had all been killed, although the problem of Fire Melt Mountain had been completely eliminated, the three fire devourers no longer had anything to worry about. And have you thought about the consequences if you can't kill Li Qingshan? The Banyan Tree King added. All right then. Then I'll listen to you again. Actually, I'm very curious just what a kid like him will be like once he completely matures. The King of Southern Yu completely dismissed the thought of killing Li Qingshan. If it were just Li Qingshan, then so be it, but with the Banyan Tree King who was renowned for his meticulous calculations as a guarantor, the difficulty of killing him immediately increased by 10 times. If he forced it, there would be disadvantages regardless of whether he succeeded or failed. And once he failed, it was very likely for him to provoke a terrifying enemy. Let's wait and see, the Banyan Tree King said calmly. Oh right, is the divine Wutong tree still alive? Of course. Don't you want the divine Wutong tree? I'll give it to you. Zhu Yan calmed down a little, but he was reluctant to give up. He swung the divine fire tablet at the divine Wutong tree. You fucking bastard. Li Qingshan's expression changed too. He had gone through so much just for this divine Wutong tree. When he ordered the myriad poison ancestor to blow himself up, what he worried about the most was destroying the tree. Fortunately, the divine Wutong tree was extremely sturdy. The barrier of light it produced had only dimmed slightly, But who knew what would happen to it now that it had been attacked with such malice? King Yen, you mustn't. Zhu Fen tried to stop him in a hurry, but it was already too late. Clang. There was the sound of metal colliding, and the divine Wutong tree shook violently. Thousands of leaves swayed together, and a deep gash appeared on the tree. Sap that was as red as blood flowed out. In that moment, a certain deep consciousness awakened from its slumber. Suddenly, a tall, thin man in luxurious clothes with long hair that draped over his shoulders appeared under the Wutong tree. His face was simple and unadorned, and he possessed an elegant bearing. He glanced at the wound on his arm and did not show any anger. He asked Zhu Yen, "Why did you have to do this?" Zhu Yen was alarmed. Before he could even speak, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. He lowered his head, only to see the man's slender, white arm pierce through his chest, digging out a scorching, scarlet heart. An intense feeling of emptiness filled his heart. Why must you do this?" The elegant man sighed. He did not give off any murderousness at all. Many roots grew from his hand, wrapping around the fiery red heart. Zhu Yan's aura rapidly weakened, no longer much stronger than regular fire devourers. Without the suppression of power, the poison immediately erupted, and he fell backwards. When he hit the ground, he had already been reduced to a pile of mud. Li Qingshan suddenly discovered he had gotten something wrong. The divine Wutong tree did not belong to the fire devourers. It was also a demon king, and its cultivation was startlingly powerful. All things possessed intelligence. They could absorb the spiritual qi of the world and turn into demons. This was something that everyone understood. As a demon spirit from the same generation as the phoenix, the divine Wutong tree could not be compared to regular demon kings after several tens of thousand years of cultivation, even though trees cultivated relatively slowly. Not to mention that it was a divine tree. It was equivalent to an exotic or spiritual beast, possessing power that exceeded regular demon kings. The fire devourers regarded this tiny garden as a holy land, and even fire-devouring kings could not ascend to the phoenix's nest on the tree. Was there a reason for that? However, the divine Wutong tree was aloof in nature, unlike the banyan tree king who liked to communicate with others. A single slumber could last several centuries or even millennia, so it was unavoidable for people to misunderstand that it did not possess a sense of self. In the past, when the phoenix flew away and the fire devourers occupied Fire Melt Mountain, the divine Wutong tree had once made a pact with them. As long as they did not destroy its body, affect its cultivation, or ascend to the phoenix's nest, they would not interfere with one another. It allowed them to establish a royal court here. Even if they cultivated under the tree and ate some Wutong fruits, it did not matter. However, only Zhu Fen, who was the oldest, knew about these matters relatively well. Even Zhu Zai was rather vague about it. As for Zhu Yen, he had cultivated on the main peak of Fire Melt Mountain for almost 1,000 years, but he had never seen the divine Wutong tree do anything. As he treated it as a sacred object, he instinctively treated it as an inanimate object. Now that his clan had been wiped out, he had been overcome with anger. He wanted to chop down the divine Wutong tree and make Li Qingshan's efforts come to naught. How could the divine Wutong tree put up with him? Zhu Fen resented Zhu Yen for looking for trouble, but he also blamed the divine Wutong tree for being so vicious, so he held himself back. Having lost Zhu Yan's fire tablet of man, their chances of escaping had decreased by half again. If they fell out with the divine Wutong tree again, they would be dead for sure. There would be no hope for revenge. Chapter 9:22. The two of them immediately turned into two streaks of scarlet light and charged into the volcanic lake, diving into the depths of the underground fire. The elegant man transformed from the divine Wutong tree did not stop the two of them. He even turned a blind eye to their furious and hateful gazes. Instead, his gaze landed on Li Qingshan, and he vaguely felt a trace of familiarity. He couldn't help but feel curious and took a few more glances. Without any hesitation, Li Qingshan flapped his wings and chased after them. The elegant man exclaimed in surprise. Those wings were no longer just familiarity, they couldn't be any more familiar. Wait, Li Qingshan brushed past him. He couldn't be bothered to form a relationship with the divine Wutong tree at all. Now that he had such a good opportunity, he had to kill Zhu Fun and Zhu Zai here to prevent any future troubles. He passed through the boiling lake water and plunged into the scorching magma. A fiery world filled his eyes, and his gaze focused, locking onto Zhu Fun and Zhu Zai's auras. King Fun, he's caught up. Zhu Zai's expression was vicious as she made a kill gesture. We've already been deeply poisoned. Don't get entangled with him, dive deeper. Zhu Fun said as he dove deeper into the magma. Zhu Zai could only give up on this plan. Li Qingshan similarly didn't want to fight them directly, or else it was very likely that they would perish together. When a hunter chased after an injured prey, the key was to chase, to prevent the prey from resting or recovering. Their wounds would continuously bleed until they were completely exhausted. Right now, he was playing the role of a hunter. He absolutely wouldn't give the two of them the chance to catch their breath to purge and suppress the poison in their bodies. He would definitely chase them to their deaths. In this violent sea of magma, one of them chased and the other fled as they dove deeper and deeper. Even in the ocean abyss, they had to endure tremendous water pressure, let alone the heavy magma. With every 3 meters they sank, the pressure would multiply. Gradually, large areas of burns also began to appear on Li Qingshan's body. Even though he had a portion of the Phoenix bloodline, it was difficult for him to stop the corrosion of the fire poison. The flames burned his body, and the pain was indescribable. However, there was no hesitation in his eyes, because he believed that Zhu Fun and the others were similarly suffering. King Fun, he's still behind us. He wants us dead. Zhu Zai's lips turned green as she said through gritted teeth. She had the same injuries as Li Qingshan. Even though she was a natural fire spirit, there was a limit to her endurance. Moreover, up until now, she didn't have the chance to expel the poison at all. She could only use the environment of the lava to suppress it. Let's see how long he can keep up. Zhu Fun said angrily. Li Qingshan chased after him relentlessly. Even if his skin was burnt and his flesh was roasted, even if his eyes were hollow and his consciousness was blurred, he refused to give up. After an unknown period of time, the world seemed to have disappeared, leaving only the fugitives and the pursuers struggling in the endless sea of magma. Their speed had already decreased to the level of mortals, almost as if they were moving forward. This was not just because of the heavy pressure of the lava, but also because of the influence of the underground magnetic field. No spells could be used, and even their innate divine abilities were starting to lose their effect. They could only rely on their physique and willpower to hold on. That invisible power seemed to want to disintegrate and shatter the soul. King Fun, I can't hold on any longer. You should go. Zhu Zai stopped. She felt like her body was already on the brink of shattering. She could be crushed by the magma at any time, disintegrated by the magnetic field, and devoured by the poison. Don't admit defeat. We have to survive. We have to get revenge. Zhu Fun's situation was only slightly better. Even his communication became intermittent and extremely feeble. That kid really is extraordinary. When you get revenge, you have to be careful. As long as there's one person, the fire devourers aren't destroyed. Zhu Zai handed the fire tablet of earth to Zhu Fun after much difficulty. Go. Stop him. Zhu Fun was utterly furious. He gripped the fire tablet of earth firmly and left resolutely without even looking back. If he could not purge the poison soon, the fire devourers would truly be destroyed. Li Qingshan stopped too, confronting Zhu Zai from afar. A while later, he suddenly turned around and rose up as hard as he could. Zhu Zai continued to stand there without budging at all. She was like a statue, frozen in the sea of magma. In the distance, an earth bubble burst. When the shockwaves reached here, it was only a weak ripple. Her body shattered silently, leaving behind only her heart. The flames and the magnetic field purged the poison away, turning bright red like fire again, melting into the sea of fire. Fire Melt Mountain suddenly calmed down after the battle. After the storm passed through, it was an unbelievably clear, azure sky. Gong Yuan and the others gathered on the main peak again. Their hearts were filled with mixed feelings, leaving them speechless for a moment. Although they all knew the brutality of war, only those who had personally experienced it would truly understand. Their cultivations were all existences that stood at the apex of the 9 provinces, but when they were caught up in a battle like this, they basically could not even preserve their lives. Right now, they felt like they had just survived a disaster. Compared to this, the clash between the South Sea Sword Pavilion and the Myriad Poison Cult can really be regarded as a small skirmish. Yi Duanhai sighed slightly inside. He could not help but reconsider whether to board the King of Southern Yu's war chariot or not. Once the 2 provinces went to war, the scale of the war would definitely be even greater. Master, Yu Wufeng rushed over and bowed towards Yi Duanhai. His clothes were scorched and tattered, and the fogbow sword in his hand had melted and twisted. As long as you're fine, Yi Duanhai revealed a rare smile. It's all thanks to the sea-splitting sword Qi Yu planted in me, Master. It's a pity that the fogbow sword has been destroyed. Yu Wufeng said in pity. Even now, he still felt lingering fear when he thought about it. When they attacked the main peak of Fire Melt Mountain from the north, they suffered a counterattack from the formation, and it was also the only time. It was rather hasty and casual, like sweeping away annoying moths. However, it was exactly that single counterattack that killed 6 of the 10 cave masters. They were all reduced to ashes in a single moment. Let alone fleeing, they basically did not even have the opportunity to react. The formations on the main peak had always been both offensive and defensive, and they possessed extremely great offensive power. However, it was impossible for it to disperse its power against the 3 Merfolk Kings' powerful attacks. It could only defend unilaterally. However, killing these cave masters was relatively easy. But clearly, the 3 fire-devouring kings were not particularly interested in killing them. They would just chase them away and leave it at that. Their attention was still focused on the main battlefield. If they had launched another 1 or 2 counterattacks, all 10 cave masters would have died here. As long as you're alive, you can just reforge your swords. Go meditate and purge the fire poison. Don't leave behind too many problems. Yes, Wufeng will be taking his leave. Yu Wufeng bowed and took his leave. He could not help but glance at the crater of the volcano. He also saw the elegant man in thought under the divine Wutong tree, fiddling around with the fire tablet of man in his hand. Gong Yuan and the others should have returned to the South Sea immediately. The reason why they had remained here was because they were waiting for Li Qingshan's return. If it were not for him, it would have been impossible for them to emerge victorious. His personal strength went without saying. Yi Duanhai and the Myriad Poison Ancestor had both come for him, while the Divine Nun of the South Sea had fought mostly because of Little Anne's favor. Without the assistance of these 3 great cultivators, coming to Fire Melt Mountain would be suicide. Now that the battle had ended, it was obviously impossible for him to just leave. Ji Changfeng was delighted from getting his revenge, but he was also rather worried. Nothing will happen to the King of Savages, right? Don't worry. He's very tough. Gong Yuan stared straight at the bubbling volcanic lake below, but she could not help but glance at the divine Wutong tree from the corner of her eye. Once upon a time, she had also thought about breaching Fire Melt Mountain and cutting down the divine Wutong tree. However, she felt fortunate now. Fortunately, the divine Wutong tree did not stand on the fire devourer's side, or they really would be in danger of being completely wiped out this time. It was not because she had been careless, but the divine Wutong tree's presence was just too weak. Even the 72 demon kings in the past did not have this. It was as if it was devoted to being a tree, a spiritual root without any self-awareness, serving as the phoenix's nest. And because of the strength and viciousness it had demonstrated just now, no one was bold enough to approach it and talk to it. The crater sprayed out a cloud of white steam. Under the clear sky, it was like a lone dragon, soaring into the distant, transparent sky. As it seemed, the volcanic lake would vanish before long, turning back into a lake of magma. Would he become the new master of this place after the phoenix and the fire devourers? As Gong Yuan pondered, there was a splash, and a figure flew out of the volcanic lake. Apart from the wings on its back that were as magnificent as before and the pair of ox horns that were as sharp as hooks, he was covered in horrific burns. Amitabha. May the Buddha protect us, The divine nun of the South Sea chanted softly. Ji Changfeng smiled. Sure enough, the heavens helped the worthy. I'd be surprised if they died. Gong Yuan asked loudly, Little Li II, did you make them stay? I made one stay. It's a pity that Zhu Fan managed to escape. Li Qingshan smiled. Right when he was about to fly over and heal them, a figure suddenly flashed before him, grabbing his wrist. You're called Li Qingshan? That's right. What can I do for you, fellow? I wouldn't dare. I'm Feng Shiwu. I have some small matters that I'd like to ask for your guidance. Feng Shiwu let go of Li Qingshan's hand and tidied his clothes, bowing towards Li Qingshan. His bearing was noble and elegant, such that no one could find anything wrong with it. However, he gave off a cold, distant feeling. His expression was arrogant, making him seem rather condescending. Li Qingshan could sense that this attitude was not directed at him. Instead, it originated from the aloofness in his bones. Then, what is it, fellow? Do you have the bloodline of the phoenix? I do have a few. Very good. Feng Shiwu smiled. You've defeated the fire devourers. Do you want to take over Fire Melt Mountain and cultivate? That's right. I have an important mission for you. Huh? Li Qingshan was surprised. We seem to have only just met. I never expected this divine Wutong tree to be so familiar with him. However, he had originally been thinking about how he could establish a relationship with the divine Wutong tree. It would be best if he could obtain the phoenix's legacy, but he never thought it would go so smoothly. Though you're far too tacky. You probably don't have the right. Feng Shiwu frowned slightly and studied Li Qingshan with a critical gaze. I still haven't agreed to it. So be it. The bloodline of the phoenix is far too difficult to find. Now that it's like this, I can only make do. Feng Shiwu let out a long sigh. Are you listening to me? Li Qingshan bellowed. Chapter 923. Li Qingshan exhaled and flew back to the volcano. After some treatment, he had basically made a full recovery on the surface, but his depleted vital energies could not be recovered in a short amount of time. He needed some time to recover. Seeing how Gong Yuan and the others were all in thought, he could not help but smile. Why is the atmosphere so heavy? We've won this battle. Fellow Ji has been avenged, Pavilion Master Yi has fulfilled his promise, and the divine nun has demonstrated the arts of Vinaya. As for your majesty, there's no need to even mention it. The South Sea will no longer be at war, so why don't we laugh heartily and celebrate? Otherwise, if other people see it, they'll think we've lost. You're right, fellow. Ji Changfeng sucked in a deep breath and laughed aloud. With his revenge, he felt like another shackle had been removed from him. His mind became even more free, and he could go anywhere he wanted in the world. That's right. Yi Duanhai was still a man of few words, but he did smile for once. The battle had been dangerous, but it was not a bad thing for him. The path of sword cultivators was also a path of slaughter. If he did not fight powerful enemies and experience danger, how could he sharpen his sword? As a result, he made up his mind. He could not avoid the conflicts of the world. All he could do was throw himself into it and slaughter his way out. You're the most heartless one, only caring about the happiness before you. Gong Yuan scolded gently. Her voice was no longer as cold as usual. Instead, it was as gentle as water. The two merfolk kings on the side looked at one another. They were slightly surprised and seemed to understand something. Normally, it would be perfectly normal for dual cultivation partners who were so compatible to become partners, but was that really possible between them? If I can't enjoy the happiness before me, when can I? You're just too thoughtful and think too much. Li Qingshan yawned and stretched, gazing at the vast sky. The world was vast. Perhaps. Gong Yuan played with her hair and did not comment. Amitba. These fire devourers are fond of burning and killing. They're violent by nature, so they deserve retribution. Though, king of savages, there's something I don't know if I should say. After witnessing Li Qingshan's abilities, the divine nun of the South Sea no longer treated him as a junior. She treated him with the same level of respect. However, many of the things he had demonstrated in this battle made her secretly frown. She felt like this was not something a Buddhist should do. Not really. I'm just joking. What do you want to teach me? Just say it, but I don't understand Buddhist scriptures, Li Qingshan said matter-of-factly. The divine nun of the South Sea was taken aback. She shook her head with a bitter smile. Whatever. That's good too. Li Qingshan nodded. After exchanging a few more words and deciding on a date to celebrate in the Crystal Palace, the group bid farewell and went back to recuperate. Before parting, Gong Yuan glanced back and said to Li Qingshan, "Don't forget what you said." "What is it?" Li Qingshan shrugged innocently. Gong Yuan shot a glance at him and left. Li Qingshan rubbed his chin. This queen was not without her adorable aspects, but it was impossible for him to remain in the South Sea. As a result, he might as well just go back on his word and avoid any further trouble. Suddenly, he felt a gaze on him. Turning around, he saw that Little Anne had already bid farewell to the divine nun of the South Sea. Her clear eyes were currently looking at him silently. "You sure had it easy this time. You just watched from the sidelines." Li Qingshan rubbed her head with a smile. "It wasn't easy at all. I was very worried about you." "I know." Li Qingshan's heart warmed up. He pulled her into his arms. "It's been hard on you too, my king." The gentleman of heavenly blubber, the Marquis of Serene Sea, and Ghost Shadow, the three remaining cave masters of Savage Mountain, came over to pay their respects. All of them seemed to be in extremely horrible shape, clearly quite injured. In particular, the gentleman of heavenly blubber had gone from a mountain of flesh to a pile of bones again. "It's been hard on you in this battle." "I'm a man of my word, Little Anne." Li Qingshan cut right to the chase. Little Anne took out the blood oath scroll and erased the last 3 blood shadow children. The bloody words gradually faded away too, returning to a blank state. "Thank you, my king." The 3 of them eased up inside. Originally, they were still worried that Li Qingshan would go back on his word, but they finally stopped worrying now. There's no need to thank me. You were captured by me in the first place and forced to fight for your lives. Now that you've been released, it's not exactly a debt of gratitude. It makes sense for you to resent me, said Li Qingshan. We would never dare, the 3 of them said in a hurry. After witnessing this battle, their reverence towards Li Qingshan had reached the limit. Even the most arrogant Marquis of Serene Sea was careful. It doesn't matter whether you dare or not. You can go. Li Qingshan waved his hand. Originally, he wanted to warn them not to speak carelessly and divulge his secret, but upon further thought, he found it unnecessary. I've always been the cave master of Savage Mountain. I have nowhere else to go, so I'm willing to continue serving my king and strengthen the foundation of our Savage Mountain so that my king can truly become the Lord of the South, said the gentleman of heavenly blubber. Now that the myriad poison ancestor was dead, the South Sea Sword Pavilion would no longer interfere so easily. Was there still anyone in the South who was the king of Savage's opponent? If he issued an order in the name of Savage Mountain, which cultivator would be bold enough to disobey? He had gone from second cave master to first cave master, and he was even the only first cave master. That was basically authority in his grasp. Me too, the Marquis of Serene Sea said in a hurry. He cursed inside. Damn fatty, he's just too good at sucking up to others. He's shameless. As the nominal governor of the South Sea Commandery, he had never been able to truly control the South Sea Commandery, let alone the even larger South. Now that he had the opportunity, how could he let it go? It would be easy for him to return to the Marquis estate now, but he would probably be restrained by Savage Mountain everywhere in the future, so he was better off remaining a cave master. As long as he surpassed that damn fatty, his status would immediately change. The gentleman of heavenly blubber and the Marquis of Serene Sea's gazes met for a split second. Sparks flew. My king, I don't want to return to the Shadow Palace either, said Ghost Shadow. He did not have much desire for power, but he really did not want to return to that nightmarish place and be raised as a stud horse. That's not up to you. A distant voice suddenly rang out. Li Qingshan suddenly looked back, only to see that the Shadow Queen had appeared before he knew it. She currently sat on a towering rock with a veil covering her face, only revealing a pair of eyes. She glanced at Li Qingshan. Even though she was right in front of him, she seemed hazy and fleeting. The clear sky had become gloomy too. Li Qingshan's eyes focused on the item in her hand and became slightly surprised. They were the fire tablets of heaven and earth that Zhu Fan had taken away. He could not help but ask, "Zhu Fan? He's already dead," Yi Weiyang gave a simple reply. Li Qingshan did not ask any more questions. The strongest fire-devouring king was like a lion, but he had been poisoned and his mind was in a mess. He had caught the attention of the king of assassins of the Mist Province, so an outcome like this was nothing out of the ordinary. Her appearance here obviously was not a coincidence. It was probably part of the Banyan Tree King's arrangements, creating a perfect conclusion to this great game of chess. "Pay up." Yi Weiyang extended her hand. "Sai, what's the deal? Every time I do something, it's very expensive. Can I pay with my body?" Chapter 924. Yi Weiyang suddenly vanished, and a shadow landed on Li Qingshan's shoulder before climbing up his neck and lifting his chin. It was her hand. A gentle, eerie voice rang out from behind Li Qingshan. "Sure. Your bloodline is very impressive. Although the chances of you giving birth to a child are a little low, as long as you try a few thousand, 10,000 times, you'll succeed one day." There were many hybrids in the Mist Province. The bloodlines of humans, demons, and even other folk mixed together. Good bloodlines could give birth to extremely powerful descendants. Other folk normally did not marry outsiders because their bloodlines were extremely powerful in the first place. However, they were still nowhere close to divine creatures like dragons and phoenixes. Li Qingshan's face stiffened. Even when it came to taking liberties, he had to choose who he was dealing with. The Shadow Queen was not as pure as Gong Yuan. However, they were two complete extremes. In the Crystal Palace, he had to keep his chastity, but in the Shadow Palace, he had to be a stud until he went crazy. If only he could balance them out slightly. I think you should just forget about it. Though, it's not like I'm begging you to take action. You've already obtained the spoils. The divine fire tablets are the divine artifacts of the fire devourers. Hee, you fickle man. Though, you're still missing a divine fire tablet. If you give me the fire tablet of man, we'll be even. I can't help you with that. The fire tablet of man isn't in my hands. If you want it, go down and ask for it yourself. It's not like I know him. Don't you know him very well? Help me out. Yi Weiyang whispered into Li Qingshan's ear. There's nothing I can do about that. It's not like I planted him. Before Li Qingshan had even finished talking, a speck of scarlet light flew out from below. It was Zhu Yan's fire tablet of man. Yi Weiyang caught it in a flash, and the three divine fire tablets gathered together again. They immediately began to flow with light. It was extremely profound. Li Qingshan looked down and saw Feng Shiwu standing with his hands behind his back. Don't be so wishy-washy. Since he's helped you deal with a great problem, you should return the favor. I'll give him the fire tablet of man for you. You can treat it as a greeting gift. You're really generous. Can't you give me a greeting gift? You don't understand the situation at all. This woman is clearly extorting me, Li Qingshan said. He was a person who could clearly distinguish between gratitude and grudges, but Yi Weiyang had only appeared here because she had been arranged by the Banyan Tree King. Moreover, she had not made a move in the previous dangerous situations, and had only appeared after the battle was over to snatch the head and collect the spoils of war. This made it difficult for him to feel that he had been indebted to someone. Besides, he also wanted a treasure like the divine fire token very much. If he could obtain the fire tablet of man, then he would be able to find a way to obtain the fire tablet of heaven and fire tablet of earth. After all, night roamers did not use fire. An incomplete divine fire tablet was not particularly useful either, so he was out of ideas now. No matter how much inside information there is, all I care about is the truth. I'd rather be betrayed than betray others. This is also a lesson for you. You might possess some of the phoenix's bloodline, but you don't have the heart of a phoenix. How can a lowly person like you obtain the phoenix's legacy? Feng Shiwu disagreed. I don't see eye to eye with you. Li Qingshan exhaled. He finally understood why people with noble temperaments were often difficult to get along with. People like them all had their own set of principles. They could not tolerate even a single speck of dust in their eyes. Thanks. You really are the divine Wutong tree that coexists with the phoenix after all. Your realm of cultivation really is different from some demons. Yi Weiyang returned to the rock with a flash. Yes. You better leave now that you've taken advantage of me. Li Qingshan could not be bothered with her. What do you think? Do you want them? Why don't you consider the offer from before? Yi Weiyang tossed the 3 divine fire tablets into the air and caught them like she was juggling, glancing at Li Qingshan. Sure enough, Li Qingshan considered it before turning her down righteously. Don't even think about it. I only sell my skills, not my body. Then forget it. Yi Weiyang stowed the divine fire tablets away and said sternly, I'll be taking the night roamers of Savage Mountain with me. All right. I hope you can treat them well. I'll go visit them. Yi Liusu and Yi Liubua's figures appeared in Li Qingshan's head. He was rather reluctant to part with them, but he still nodded in agreement. It was not because he was heartless. After spending so many years together, their relationship was not exactly as deep as the ocean, but it was still quite deep. He had not even called them over for the attack on Fire Melt Mountain this time precisely because he did not want them to take the risk. However, even if he kept them by his side, the time they spent together would be extremely limited. The environment of the Shadow Palace was without a doubt more suitable for their cultivation, allowing them to go a little further. Only like that could he avoid hearing about their deaths in a century or even a millennium. The King of Savages' words are law. Who dares to disobey? Yi Weiyang spoke jokingly, but after personally witnessing the battle, her attitude towards Li Qingshan had changed drastically without a doubt. She no longer respected him just because of the Banyan Tree King. Instead, she respected him from the bottom of her heart, treating him as an equal. She even looked forward to his future. His good impression of the night roamers might have become a precious friendship. Her gaze shifted and landed on Ghost Shadow. Ghost Shadow shuddered and called out, My king. You can't force things, Li Qingshan advised. After all, Ghost Shadow had just risked his life for him once. Then I'll be waiting for the King of Savages in the Shadow Palace. Yi Weiyang bowed and turned into a shadow, drifting away in the mist. Thank you, my king. Ghost Shadow said in a hurry. If you want to stay on Savage Mountain, then that's up to you. I'll give the position of King of Savages to whoever undergoes the 3rd heavenly tribulation. Li Qing waved his hand, telling them that there was no need for them to put on an act. But let's get this out of the way first. Don't commit any crimes under my name. The title of King of Savages was not particularly important to him. The so-called authority of unifying the South was meaningless either. It was fine if he acted like a tyrant and took in a few lackeys, but lackeys were for dealing with trouble. Those lackeys who specially used their big brother's name to cause trouble and make trouble for their big brother were better off dead. Yes. The gentleman of heavenly blubber shivered inside. The more Li Qingshan cared about the title of King of Savages, the more benefits it would bring them. If someone in the south disobeyed them, they would be harming the dignity of the King of Savages. But Li Qingshan did not care at all. This was a very difficult thing to do. The 3 of them bid farewell and left. Li Qingshan gazed in the direction of Savage Mountain in the north. Littlin asked, Aren't you going to go back and take a look? You understand tacitly, Li Qingshan said. Although he had played a role in their lives in the past, the path was far too long. This was not even some separation. Unshackled by a false reputation, unaffected by worldly affairs. Not bad, not bad. Originally, I thought you were ruthless and stubborn, so I was worried whether you had the right or not. Looking at it now, you really are someone with the Phoenix's bloodline after all. As long as you reflect on yourself and start from the beginning, you can still shoulder this duty. Feng Shiwu's praise rang out, and Li Qingshan could not help but shake his head. This guy really was a 10,000-year-old demon after all. He still had a discerning eye. Ruthless to the bone, stubborn by nature. Wasn't that exactly the demonic nature of the tiger demon and ox demon? However, it was probably impossible for him to reflect on himself and start from the beginning. Oi, you've been going on, but you still haven't told me what duty it is? You'll know once you come down. Give me a moment, Li Qingshan said before taking out a formation he had prepared and casting it down. The formation was called the Fire Gathering Formation of Southern Bing. It was only slightly above average, nowhere close to the original protective formation of the Fire Devourers, and it could only envelop the main peak of Fire Melt Mountain. He could not care about the 400 kilometers of volcanoes, but combined with the geographical advantage of Fire Melt Mountain, it could be considered to be rather powerful. After casting down the formation, Li Qingshan stood on the top of the mountain and overlooked the mountains. The original rivers of lava had turned into lakes, glistening under the sunlight. However, the volcanoes that had been extinguished by the storm were currently reviving, spitting out black smoke again. Probably before long, this place would return to how it used to be. A storm could not change a geographical environment like this. Raising his head, the white clouds drifted about. The world was vast. It had been many years since he had come to the Mist Province, and he had gone through battles and battles time and time again. Finally, he stood here. An even more profound path lay ahead, leading straight to beyond the 9 heavens. Then come. Li Qingshan smiled at little and leapt down, landing in front of the divine Wutong tree. Tell me, what's the mission? On Savage Mountain, under the great banyan tree. Sister, we've won. Yi Liubo said in surprise and joy. Yeah, we've won. Yi Liusu smiled, but she sighed inside. Under Li Qingshan's orders, none of them could leave Savage Mountain. They could only wait here for news. Just now, the Banyan Tree King had sent them good news, as well as another piece of news. The Shadow Queen was about to arrive. Actually, regardless of the outcome of the battle, the Shadow Queen would take them back to the Shadow Palace. There was no need for them to worry about the Fire Devourer's revenge. However, this concern did not diminish. All right, you can pack up in peace. Once the Shadow Queen arrives, we can set off, Yi Liubo said in relief. Aren't you going to wait for him to return? Yi Liusu was rather surprised. Originally, she thought Yi Liubo would stay here and wait for him to bid farewell, or she might as well go to Fire Melt Mountain to find him. He's taken down Fire Melt Mountain after so much difficulty. He must be preparing to enter secluded cultivation right now. Why would he return? Although they had not spent a lot of time together, Yi Liubo believed she understood his personality after so many years of fanatical worship. She also supported his decision. It's fine. We'll still see each other in the future. Let's not fall too far behind. Yi Liusu patted her shoulder in comfort. Sigh, I'm so envious of little Anne. Yi Liubo let out a gloomy sigh. Only then did she show deep reluctance to part with him. Yi Liusu asked herself, was she envious? Of course she was, but no matter how fanatical her worship, no matter how deep her feelings for him were, it was impossible for her to be as supercilious as her, completely following his path. There's nothing we can do about it, because we're still normal people. Yi Weiyang rushed over from Fire Melt Mountain very soon. The night roamers were already ready to set off. She could not help but nod in satisfaction. Let's go, my clansmen. The banquet is ready. It's time to return home. Chapter 9:25. The storm had already traveled off into the distance, vanishing after galloping for a while. The scorching magma and flames of the earth boiled up the lakes. The 400 kilometers of Fire Melt Mountain was enveloped in white mist, making it seem like a fairyland under the glow of the setting sun. The scarlet-red main peak of Fire Melt Mountain pierced through the thick mist, like a lone island in the sea of mist. Li Qingshan looked at Feng Shiwu, waiting for his answer quietly. Feng Shiwu tidied up his clothes and was solemn and respectful. You're not the right person, but this mission can only be completed by those with the Phoenix's bloodline. It's difficult to find one in the world. You running headfirst into Fire Melt Mountain can be regarded as a form of fate. Come on up the tree. Li Qingshan climbed onto the divine Wutong tree, and the dense branches parted automatically, allowing him to pass through. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He saw an exquisitely woven bird's nest between the layers of branches and leaves. He murmured to himself, "This is the Phoenix's nest. Look inside." Feng Shiwu pointed out, and the branches covering the Phoenix's nest parted. In the very center of the nest was a scarlet-red egg. It flickered with light as if it was breathing. The eggshell was covered in complicated and beautiful patterns, which were particularly familiar to Li Qingshan. The phoenix's embryo. Li Qingshan's eyes narrowed. He could not help but take a step forward, wanting to take a closer look. A hand pressed against his chest gently, and Feng Shiwu arrived before him in a flash. He did not show any viciousness at all, but Li Qingshan understood that anyone who wanted to approach the phoenix's embryo would have to go through his permission or step over his corpse. Yes, it possesses a bloodline that is truly noble and pure. However, its existence cannot be made known to anyone. Do you understand? Feng Shiwu turned around and lifted up the phoenix's embryo. An indescribable, complicated expression appeared on his face. There was both love and nostalgia. I understand. Li Qingshan nodded. As a divine bird that stood on par with dragons, it was even more precious to cultivators than dragons. It was directly related to the mystery of eternal life. If the world learnt about the existence of the phoenix's embryo, who knew how many people would come to steal it? What's my mission? Hatch it and turn it into a true phoenix. Feng Shiwu stared straight at Li Qingshan. His voice was clear and passionate, leaving no room for doubt. How do I hatch it? Although Li Qingshan had guessed this possibility, it was still incredible to hear it with his own ears. He had never done such a high-end thing before. Walk over slowly. Don't scare it. Feng Shiwu raised his hand to indicate for Li Qingshan to slow down as he carefully gazed at the phoenix's embryo in his arms. It's just an egg. Shut up. This is a noble phoenix egg. Feng Shiwu berated. The phoenix's embryo suddenly flickered a little faster. He suppressed his voice in a hurry and stroked the eggshell gently. It's fine, Li Qingshan rolled his eyes. This lunatic. However, when he thought about it, when he turned into a phoenix egg, he was also able to sense the outside world, so he slowly walked into the phoenix nest. In that moment, he felt like he had stepped into another space. The phoenix's nest that was only the size of a room suddenly became as large as a stadium. Before he could even sigh in amazement at the wondrous power of the domain, extremely pure fire spiritual energy surged over from all directions. It contained an indescribably wondrous aura, enough to make even his soul tremble. The phoenix's scripture of Nerva began to circulate automatically. He felt unprecedentedly free and at ease. It was said that phoenixes did not perch unless they were on a wutong tree. Sure enough, there was a reason behind it. This divine wutong tree, this phoenix's nest, was basically a holy land for practicing the phoenix's scripture of Nerva. He could definitely push the phoenix transformation to the 4th layer. Afterwards, he only needed to merge water and fire, and he would be able to trigger the heavenly tribulation and reach Demon King. As Li Qingshan fantasized about his beautiful future, Feng Shiwu called out from the center of the stadium, I only told you to slow down a little. I didn't tell you to just stand there like a fool. And you're even smiling so disgustingly. Li Qingshan arrived before Feng Shiwu after much difficulty. He cut right to the chase and asked, How do I hatch it? I don't know the specifics either. Feng Shiwu sighed. You don't know either? Softer. Feng Shiwu widened his eyes and growled. All right. Li Qingshan rubbed his forehead and said slowly and gently, This not work. It's fine. You don't have to be so slow. Feng Shiwu nodded. In short, this is your destiny. You're already shirking your responsibilities? How would I know something that even you don't know? I don't know the specifics, but only those with the phoenix bloodline can hatch it. That's definitely not wrong. You don't have to look like that. Do you think the legacy of the phoenix is that easy to obtain? Perhaps it'll be even more effective if I eat it. Li Qingshan gazed at the phoenix's embryo and licked his lips. Don't you dare. Feng Shiwu said furiously. Li Qingshan immediately felt like he was immobilized, as if he had been heavily restrained. He understood that this region was Feng Shiwu's territory, and it was not an external object like the Azura field. Instead, it was formed by the divine wutong tree itself. It was extremely powerful. It's just a joke. There's no need to get so worked up. The most important thing for people to interact with each other is trust. If you don't even have this bit of trust, why would you want me to complete this destiny? Feng Shiwu sank into his thoughts before apologizing. You're right. I've been rude, but I hope you can understand my feelings and stop joking around. Li Qingshan was rather surprised. He never thought Feng Shiwu would be so reasonable. No wonder people said that a gentleman could be deceived with reason. As a result, he said sincerely, "All right, I won't joke around anymore. I'll accept this destiny, but I don't have any leads, so I can't guarantee I can complete it." "You're not allowed to leave before you complete it," Feng Shiwu said. That's a little too unreasonable," Li Qingshan gasped. "So much for praising you just now. Its existence cannot be made known to the outside world. Please forgive me." Feng Shiwu bowed slightly, expressing his deep apologies again. He even used honorifics before telling him a short story. 3,000 years ago, a fire-devouring king had once barged into this place forcefully despite the agreement and saw the phoenix's embryo. And then there was no more, and then, forgive my ass. This is house arrest, yet you're actually threatening me. Is this what you mean by trust? Li Qingshan felt he was far too naive, actually believing a tree could be a gentleman. "It's not that I don't trust you, but it's just that it's even more important than my life. This region is extremely beneficial to your cultivation. I don't think there's a better dwelling in the world to strengthen your power of the phoenix than here. And during the incubation process, you can also sense the true aura of the phoenix. An opportunity like this is extremely rare, so even if there are some restrictions, it's only natural. What do you think?" Feng Shiwu guided him patiently. Li Qingshan nodded. He was rather displeased inside, but he was telling the truth. He extended his hand. "Give me the egg." "The phoenix's embryo," Feng Shiwu corrected him. "The phoenix's embryo. Whatever. I won't bicker with a brute like you." Feng Shiwu handed the egg to Li Qingshan with great reluctance. "Be careful." The moment he touched the phoenix's embryo, the complicated, beautiful patterns suddenly began to flow. It erupted with light, illuminating the entire phoenix's nest before dispersing just now. This sight roused Li Qingshan and Feng Shiwu's spirits. Their confidence in their great undertaking of incubating the egg multiplied. Chapter 927. In the vast phoenix's nest, Li Qingshan closed his eyes and stroked the phoenix's embryo gently. At the same time, he practiced the phoenix's scripture of Nerva. His magnificent phoenix wings unfurled, and his scarlet hair danced like flowing fire. His devilishly handsome face naturally gave off an aura of nobility. Feng Shiwu saw this and could not help but feel that his choice was correct. He was not as crude as he seemed. After all, he possessed the noble bloodline of the phoenix, so he would definitely be influenced to some extent. However, unbeknownst to Feng Shiwu, Li Qingshan's other 3 bloodlines were even more powerful. Then, Li Qingshan gently sat down and stuffed the phoenix egg under his butt. He held his cheek with one hand and appeared to be in deep thought. "What are you doing?" Feng Shiwu grabbed Li Qingshan's neck viciously, displaying a hint of madness. "Hatching eggs." Li Qingshan squeezed out 3 words from between his teeth. "Pick up your filthy arse." Feng Shiwu roared. "That's what birds do when they hatch eggs." Li Qingshan shrugged. "It's not a bird. It's a phoenix. It's not an egg, it's a phoenix egg." Feng Shiwu ran out of patience and corrected him. He snatched the phoenix's embryo from under Li Qingshan's bottom and wiped it hard. "Ahem, what do you want?" Li Qingshan rubbed his neck. "That posture definitely won't do." Feng Shiwu rubbed the phoenix's embryo forcefully as he gestured for it to be absolutely forbidden. "What position do you like?" Li Qingshan said angrily, then sighed. "Let little and in, I can't communicate with you. Think about it carefully. If she comes in and sees the phoenix egg, you'll have to pay for it." "You can't go out either," Feng Shiwu reminded. "What's there to think about?" "Hurry up," Li Qingshan said without hesitation. He didn't know when this great undertaking of incubating the egg would be completed. He didn't want to be locked up with this psychopath all the time. Little and must be by his side, otherwise Little and wouldn't agree. Little and was pacing back and forth under the parasol tree, thinking about how to go up. The dense branches opened up a path, and she climbed onto the divine parasol tree, arriving at the phoenix nest. As far as the eye could see, he could not help but stare blankly for a moment, not because of this mysterious domain, but because Li Qingshan was curled up on the ground. Feng Shiwu crouched to one side and nodded in satisfaction. This posture is more like it. Even birds don't sit on eggs. The part that touches the egg should be the abdomen. One of them was a great demon king from the same generation as the phoenix. One was the king of savages whose name shook up the Mist Province and destroyed Fire Melt Mountain. His current appearance really was filled with strangeness and embarrassment. This is? Little and came over and vaguely guessed the whole story. Incubating eggs. Li Qingshan sighed. I thought about how mighty and domineering I was when I took down Fire Melt Mountain, and how did I end up like this? Feng Shiwu stood up and waved his sleeve, bowing towards Little and in a natural and unrestrained manner. Welcome, esteemed guest. Please forgive me if I have treated you poorly in any way. Little and returned the bow. Her bearing and bearing were no less graceful than Feng Shiwu's. Not only was this her bearing and bearing natural, but it was also the education she had received in the King Chu's estate. Etiquette had already become part of her habits. However, a bumpkin like Li Qingshan did not care about these details at all. Feng Shiwu's eyes lit up, and he immediately developed a good impression of him. He sighed. What a pity, what a pity. If you possessed the bloodline of the phoenix, then everything would be fine. It's really difficult for me to communicate with this boorish fellow. Bastard, that's what I said. Stop putting on an act. Little and don't be fooled by him. Once you come in, you won't be able to get out, Li Qingshan warned. Little and crouched down and touched Li Qingshan's hair. Are you fine? Don't worry. Even if I'm fine, I won't come in. Looks like we'll have to stay here for a while. Li Qingshan grinned. Before entering the crater of the volcano, he had divined with the spirit turtle. Although this trip was dangerous, it also contained an auspicious omen, which was why he had entered the phoenix's nest. Of course, divination could only be used to predict the general trend. Everything depended on one's actions. Even if it was a situation of certain death, there would still be a chance of survival. And no matter how auspicious the omen was, seeking death would still result in death. Feng Shiwu stared at Little and was rather surprised. If regular people knew they were trapped by themselves, it was basically impossible for them to accept it so calmly, let alone the fact that they had been dragged down by their companions. It was unavoidable for them to feel resentment. However, there was no such consideration between them. He asked, "Are you partners?" "What does that have to do with you?" Li Qingshan said. "So be it. As long as you can hatch the egg, nothing else has anything to do with me. Please focus a little. Don't get distracted." "No, this posture is too ugly. I need to change." Li Qingshan leapt to his feet and crossed his legs instead. He held the egg in his arms and unfurled his phoenix wings to cover it. Feng Shiwu understood that Li Qingshan was not the kind of person who could be manipulated by others, and he felt a sliver of guilt for forcefully keeping him here. As long as he did not destroy the phoenix's embryo, he would let him be. Little and leaned against Li Qingshan and thought, how long will it take to hatch this phoenix's embryo? 3 to 5 years, or a century, or even a century? Li Qingshan was taken aback. He really had not considered this question before. 3 to 5 years was fine, but if it really was a century or so, then it would be troublesome. He could not help but look at Feng Shiwu with a questioning gaze. Since it's a phoenix with eternal life, even if it takes a century to hatch, it won't be too long. Instead, it'll be too short. I think it'll take a millennium at the very least. Feng Shiwu stood with his arms behind his back and shook his head. "Oi, big bro, stop joking around," Li Qingshan exclaimed. By the time he emerged from seclusion after 1,000 years, all of his old acquaintances would probably be dead. What academy of the 100 schools? Probably even the great Xia Empire would have vanished. Thinking about it again, the phoenix's embryo had been in Feng Shiwu's possession for at least 10,000 years, yet he had failed to hatch it. He could not help but feel gloomy. Is a millennium very long? Feng Shiwu was very surprised. A single slumber of his could last a millennium. Of course, I'm not even a millennium old yet. No, I'm not even a century old yet, Li Qingshan bellowed. Suddenly, he discovered that their concept of time was just too different. Even the most regular wutong tree could live for a millennium, let alone a divine wutong tree. Moreover, it had grown alongside the eternal phoenix. It had grown accustomed to the vicissitudes of life. Even the great Xia Empire that had stood for several millennia could not be regarded as lasting in its eyes, which was why almost everyone treated it as an inanimate object. You're not even a century old yet. It's unbelievable that you can cultivate so quickly. Even among humans, there aren't a lot of people who can do that. Are you really a demon? Sigh, but it's no wonder you're so crude. You're still too young. Feng Shiwu cleared his throat. A little knowledge is not as great as a great knowledge, and a little year is not as great as a great year. How do you know that? The mushroom in the morning does not know the new, and the cicada does not know the new and the new. This is a little year. I regard 8,000 years as spring and 8,000 years as autumn. This is a great year. Don't give me that crap. It's impossible for me to stay here for a millennium, not even a century. Chapter 928. Li Qingshan and Feng Shiwu stared at each other. Their eyes met, neither of them backing down. Little and tugged at Li Qingshan's sleeve. Li Qingshan thought of something. All right then. Since I've already accepted your mission, I'll keep my word and hatch this phoenix's embryo as soon as possible. Thank you for keeping your word. I'll take back what I said. Compared to regular humans and demons, you're still relatively decent. If you can comprehend the true heart of the phoenix, perhaps we can even become friends. Feng Shiwu also expressed his modesty. Alright. The tense atmosphere eased up, but Li Qingshan thought inside, who wants to be your friend? When I want to leave, I'll obviously leave. He did not forget that he was not staying here to complete some mission, but to reach the fourth layer of the phoenix, balance water and fire, and become a demon king. Once he underwent the third heavenly tribulation, how could a mere phoenix's nest stop him? Even if that did not work out, he still had the phoenix's embryo as a hostage. Even if he was in the domain Feng Shiwu controlled, he definitely had the ability to destroy it. It was enough to pose a threat. However, once he did that, it would mean completely falling out with Feng Shiwu. It had not reached that point yet, so he did not want to do that either. Don't worry, I'll lend you a hand. I'll do it as quickly as possible. I've waited far too long for this day. It was not that Feng Shiwu had not considered this, but he still underestimated Li Qingshan's strength. After all, Li Qingshan was only a demon commander right now. Even if he was a true demon king, apart from the 72 demon kings of the past, all the new demon kings who had broken through in the past few millennia would be at his mercy if they stayed in the phoenix's nest. From a different perspective, with his cultivation and strength, his attitude towards Li Qingshan could be regarded as amiable. Of course, this was all because of Li Qingshan's bloodline. Otherwise, he would not even say anything to him. Thus, Li Qingshan sat down again, picked up the phoenix egg, and placed it between his brows to examine it with his divine telekinesis. Suddenly, a chaotic world was reflected in his mind. It was like a sea of magma and fire seen in the depths of the Earth's crust, but it emitted pure divine light. The phoenix did not even have the most basic embryonic form. If one were to compare it with an egg, it would only have the egg white and the egg yolk. However, the power contained within it shocked even Li Qingshan. What a powerful and pure power. The moment this phoenix breaks out of its shell, it will probably possess the power of a Yao commander. Its purity is comparable to a Yao king. As expected of the divine bird among the divine birds, the pinnacle of life forms among the divine birds. He glanced at Feng Shiwu from the corner of his eye. However, this definitely isn't just the power of the phoenix's embryo itself. This bastard has probably put in quite a lot of effort. If I can swallow it in one gulp, it'll basically be even more nourishing than perfect nourishment. Feng Shiwu stood to one side quietly. He did not disturb him. Li Qingshan had guessed correctly. During the past 10,000 years, he had always attempted to hatch the phoenix's embryo. Apart from his regular cultivation, He had spent most of his time and energy on this matter. It was completely ineffective, but over time, the phoenix's embryo had accumulated a startling amount of power. Li Qingshan dismissed his thoughts and devoted all of his attention to the phoenix's embryo. He had once experienced turning into an egg, so he could still remember how he had awakened from this chaos. Back then, he did not have any specific consciousness or memories, but he could never forget the feeling. However, what puzzled him was that it clearly possessed such pure, tremendous life force, and its intelligence was on the level of God's. It clearly should have hatched a long time ago, so why had it not even formed a specific consciousness yet? He could not help but think back to when he was buried deep in the magma as a phoenix's embryo. Back then, he did not rely on anyone to hatch it. He relied completely on himself, yet he still broke out of the shell in the end. Was it because the bloodline of this phoenix's embryo was even purer, which was why hatching it was especially difficult? However, the environment in the phoenix's nest was tens or even hundreds of times more powerful than the magma he stayed in back then. Just what crucial element was missing? Only after quite a while did Li Qingshan remove the phoenix's embryo from his forehead. He opened his eyes and furrowed his brows as if he was thinking about something. "How is it?" Feng Shiwu asked in concern. Li Qingshan felt like he had become a gynecologist. He asked, "When the phoenix left it with you, did she say anything?" Feng Shiwu thought back. "I can't remember. It doesn't seem to be anything special. She just told me to take good care of it." "Didn't you say that 8,000 years is spring and 8,000 years is autumn?" "Yeah. It's exactly because of that I can't remember all the details." "All right then. Then let me ask you another question. This might be the key to hatching this egg. It requires the bloodline of the phoenix to hatch this egg. Was that what the phoenix said, or was that your own guess?" Li Qingshan asked sternly. He had a vague guess. "It's my guess, isn't it? Don't tell me you can't hatch the phoenix's embryo either?" Feng Shiwu answered with a question. He personally believed there was no other place in the world that could match the environment and resources he had provided the phoenix's embryo. There must be a reason why it could not hatch, which was the bloodline of the phoenix. "I think I understand now. There's only one truth. The reason why this egg hasn't hatched into a phoenix after so long is all because of you." Li Qingshan shook his head and sighed. Just as he had expected, even if the phoenix wanted to ascend, there was no need for it to be in such a hurry, making the phoenix's embryo wait 10,000 years for a fated person who could hatch it. "What?" Feng Shiwu asked in surprise. "Have you been nourishing it with your own power the entire time?" "Of course. Ever since it was born, it's been 10,000 years. There hasn't been a single day of rest." Feng Shiwu said. He possessed patience that no demon or human could rival. His feelings and anticipation for the phoenix's embryo were even deeper than the phoenix itself. "Is there a problem with that?" "Of course there's a problem. It's not just a problem. There's a huge problem." Li Qingshan pointed at the phoenix's embryo in his bosom. "You've given it far, far too much power. It's already so much that it can't digest it at all, which is why it can't hatch." Feng Shiwu was completely stunned. This, Li Qingshan continued, "in human terms, this is spoiling. Spoiling is like drowning as well as drowning to death." Feng Shiwu felt like he had been struck by lightning. "Are you certain?" "I'm extremely certain. I won't hide it from you. I've also experienced turning into an egg in the past, but when I first broke out of the egg, I was extremely weak. Let alone the power of a demon commander, I couldn't even rival mortals, and that was after my nirvanic rebirth. I was already very powerful in the first place. No matter how noble the phoenix is it supposed to be so powerful the moment it's born? It's definitely your contribution, but that won't do." Little Lin said, "I understand now. The Buddha says, success, residence, destruction, emptiness. The towering tree was only a seed in the beginning, and the Buddha was only a mortal in the first place. The phoenix's law of eternal life has broken away from the word emptiness. After destruction, it's still success, repeating over and over again. However, it's not like it doesn't have its drawbacks, which is transforming all of its power into flames, returning from being powerful to being weak. Only then can it be reborn from the ashes. The power you've given it is too powerful, instead destroying the process of success. That sounds so profound. You're still the best. Li Qingshan praised before raising the phoenix's embryo again. If you compare this egg to a world, then this world is still in chaos right now. If you want to form from chaos, you need to unite this world first. The initial weakness can be said to be essential. I'm profound too. Little and nodded with a smile. Normally, Feng Shiwu would definitely look down on Li Qingshan for acting like this, but right now, his head was filled with what they had said. He muttered to himself, success, residence, destruction, emptiness, success, existence, destruction. No matter how long he had spent with the phoenix, he was not a phoenix after all. He had never experienced turning into an egg, so it was impossible for him to have the kind of personal experience Li Qingshan had. All he did was continue to give it his all, wanting to provide some help. The more the phoenix's embryo failed to hatch, the more focused he became. Even if he had to sacrifice the speed of his cultivation, even if he had to cut off his connection with the entire world, he did not care. However, all of his efforts were actually in the opposite direction, instead becoming the main culprit that prevented the phoenix's embryo from hatching. Even with his mental fortitude, he found it rather difficult to accept for a moment. No wonder the power I gave it kept dissipating. As a natural spiritual root of divine wood, the power he had given it over 10,000 years was enough to turn a regular wild beast into a demon king. I was wrong. I've let you down. Feng Shiwu sighed deeply as tears rolled down his cheeks. If it were not for his unnecessary actions, perhaps the phoenix's embryo would have ascended to find its parents already. The more he thought about it, the more ashamed he became. The more he thought about it, the more regret he felt. He actually knelt on the ground, smashing his head against the ground as he began to sob. The divine Wutong tree swayed violently, but it became very dim. Li Qingshan and Little and looked at one another. They did feel some sympathy for Feng Shiwu. At the end of the day, spoiling still stemmed from love. The deeper one's feelings were, the weaker one's rationality would be. It was often easier for people with great patience to remain obstinate. If they had spent 10,000 years doing something wrong, crying would be a small matter. They might even directly lose their minds. He patted Feng Shiwu's shoulder. Don't be sad. Hatching the egg is more important. You're lucky to have met me. It's not an egg, it's a phoenix's embryo. Feng Shiwu wiped away his tears before straightening himself up. He bowed deeply towards Li Qingshan in a kneeling posture. It was no longer a courtesy from when he was in need of help, but gratitude from the bottom of his heart. If it weren't for you, I still wouldn't know where I've gone wrong. Thank you. This is where my mission lies. There's no need to be so polite. Li Qingshan returned the bow. He also felt rather emotional inside. Great demon kings like the Golden Cicada Spirit King and the Banyan Tree King were all very nice people, and they had shown him quite a lot of kindness. However, in terms of righteousness, nobility, and gentlemanliness, Feng Shiwu had truly never seen anyone like them before. He would only become hysterical when it came to matters related to the phoenix's embryo, but it was not incomprehensible. Then what I need to do right now is disperse the power of the phoenix's embryo. Feng Shiwu asked. I have to say, your efforts haven't gone to waste. Your power has already completely merged with the phoenix's embryo. If you forcefully disperse it, you'll definitely harm its foundation. Then I'll let it disperse its power naturally? Li Qingshan shook his head. Who knows how long that'll take? Even a century might not be enough, and wouldn't all of your efforts go to waste? Feng Shiwu widened his eyes. You're saying... Chapter 929. Why you can hatch the egg? Feng Shiwu grabbed Li Qingshan's shoulder and asked in surprise. It's the phoenix's embryo. Thank you. Li Qingshan smiled. Oh yeah. All right, there's no need to worry about these minor details. Answer me. I'm very confident, but I need a little help from you. Li Qingshan raised the little finger on his right hand. Think about it. A phoenix that's extremely powerful the moment it hatches. Just like the saying goes, Preparation is the key to success. It's all thanks to your hard work in the past few years. He'll become a phoenix among phoenixes. Feng Shiwu grabbed his hand. As long as you can hatch it successfully, let alone a little, even a few or 100 won't be a problem. That would be for the best. My friend, lend me a hand. Alright, my friend. The two of them suddenly became friendly. Little and shook his head gently. Take your time with the hatching. I'll go cultivate outside. About that? Feng Shiwu hesitated. I'm not leaving Fire Melt Mountain. Feng Shiwu considered it. You can leave Fire Melt Mountain if you want? Li Qingshan asked in surprise, why'd you suddenly change your mind? Trust is very important. And, since she's willing to come here for you, she definitely won't speak carelessly without any regard for your safety. Scheming like that is not what a gentleman would do. I'm also valuing your friendship. Little and left the phoenix's nest and sat down under the divine Wutong tree, beginning to meditate and cultivate. She also needed time to digest the divine Nun of the South Sea's teachings so that she could establish a foundation for the path of white bone and great beauty. Qingshan is already heading towards the third heavenly tribulation. I can't fall too far behind. Above the sea of lava and beneath the glowing Wutong tree, time flowed by in a hurry. Li Qingshan formally began hatching the egg. Since the phoenix's embryo was unable to unite such great power, he would do it. As he practiced the phoenix's scripture of Nerva, he recalled the feeling when he became an egg. His presence gradually faded away, but he gave off a light similar to the phoenix's embryo, flickering like he was breathing. Gradually, the frequency at which the two lights flickered matched each other, forming a whole. Feng Shiwu originally had some doubts, but only when he saw this did he completely believe him. His figure suddenly vanished, and his voice echoed through the entire phoenix's nest. I know you want to borrow my power to cultivate. Just like how a drop of water is returned with a spring of water, I, Feng Shiwu, will never be stingy. Accept this power. In the blink of an eye, the phoenix nest rippled with a magnificent red light, surging towards Li Qingshan and the phoenix egg. Li Qingshan's final objective was definitely still cultivation, but that was exactly what Feng Shiwu had planned to do in the first place. According to his original thoughts, hatching the phoenix's embryo would definitely require tremendous amounts of power. How could a single demon commander support it? All he needed was Li Qingshan's bloodline. He had already spent 10,000 years, so why would he be stingy at a time like this? Although Li Qingshan had pointed out the true reason why the phoenix's embryo could not be hatched in a single sentence, Feng Shiwu was very willing to assist him in cultivation since he was confident he could hatch the most powerful phoenix chick under these circumstances. Phew, what pure fire spiritual energy. It really is the divine Wutong tree after all. Coupled with the phoenix's nest, it just happens to suppress the power of the spirit turtle and increase the power of the phoenix. So even though there's a difference in cultivation, it's extremely close to a balance. That's just fantastic. Li Qingshan was overjoyed. Using this power, he suppressed the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression slightly and achieved a subtle balance, beginning to balance fire and water. In that moment, his body erupted with deep blue light again, intertwining with the scarlet light. After dual cultivating with Gongyuan, he had suppressed the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression from reaching the fifth layer, but he had become even more profound and tranquil after absorbing the aura of Ruin's End. Feng Shiwu paid close attention. He was greatly surprised. Just what are his origins? He possesses 3 bloodlines at the very least, and every single one of them is extremely powerful, even surpassing the phoenix's bloodline. And there's even a water bloodline on the level of divine beasts that counters the phoenix. Even if Li Qingshan was a phoenix or a true dragon, it would not have surprised him so much. There were still many divine beasts and exotic beasts that possessed the bloodlines of the phoenix and the true dragon in ancient times. However, let alone seeing an existence that possessed several high-level bloodlines like this, he had basically never even heard of it. The higher the grade of the bloodline, the purer it was, and the more difficult it was to merge with it. If he could unleash every single bloodline, just what kind of power would he possess? Even Feng Shiwu was unable to imagine it. Li Qingshan was completely focused. This was the first time he had used his own strength to balance water and fire without the assistance of the flower of water and fire, but he was filled with confidence. The 9 transformations of the demonic and divine definitely did not require a Ru-Xian in the world to practice. He could definitely make the spirit turtle and the phoenix coexist peacefully through his own efforts. It would just be very difficult, requiring tremendous amounts of time and effort. However, it would only be strange if such a powerful cultivation method was not difficult. He had been quite lucky in this aspect. He had encountered Ru-Xin, which allowed him to overcome the initial difficulties with relative ease. However, just like other spiritual medicines, he could only use them as a supplementary method. If he relied on external items too much, there would be a day when he would struggle to advance, and he did not want Ru-Xian to expend her essence blood to refine medicine for him either. Now was the time for him to unleash his own strength. He had accumulated his initial experience after all. With such a great environment, he believed it would not be too difficult. Time passed in the nest. Li Qingshan and Little and both immersed themselves in cultivation. However, the Battle of Fire Melt Mountain had already shaken up the entire Mist Province, spreading through the world. As one of the few great organizations in the Mist Province, they had actually been wiped out. Even the 3 fire-devouring kings had failed to escape. It was basically unbelievable. Both sides had mobilized over 10 great cultivators and other folk kings in this battle. A battle on such a scale was like the first ray of sunlight at dawn in the 9 provinces that had endured several millennia of peace, heralding a change in the times and the arrival of chaos. The tragic outcome of the death of 5 people also shocked everyone. Over the past few millennia, the number of human great cultivators that had died in battle did not exceed 10. Something so rare that only happened once in several centuries had actually come so easily. It had suddenly happened in the same place at the same time. Who could sit back and relax? Even vassal kings like the king of Southern Yu and Chu Lai King were bold enough to say they could survive every single battle. The gazes of all the kings gathered on the shore of the South Sea, gathering as much information as they could about this battle. However, because the Mist Province had always been a land of wilderness, and the South was the wilderness among the wilderness, the fire devourers had been wiped out, and the merfolk had always remained in seclusion, so the surviving merfolk warriors had all been ordered to keep their mouths shut. Ji Changfeng and the others were not blabbermouths either, so while there was plenty of information, there was very little that could be verified. With this battle, the name of the king of savages, Li Qingshan, began to spread through the world. He had taken over Fire Melt Mountain as his dwelling and become the king of the south. This was impossible to hide, and it was very difficult for people to not pay attention to it. However, that was all they paid attention to. In the cultivation community, cultivation was the highest standard for evaluating a person, or even the only standard. Who knew how many merfolk and fire devourers at his realm of cultivation had died in this battle, but it did not affect the overall situation at all. Due to Li Qingshan's complicated background and identity, there were many conspiracy theories. Some said that the Chu Lai King had sent him to cause internal strife in the Mist Province. Some said that the king of Southern Yu had sent him to uproot Fire Melt Mountain in preparation for the war between countries. The Banyan Tree King had not run away either. The Fire Devourers were a race that refused to become a part of his alliance and liked to set forests on fire. He had probably wanted to destroy them a long time ago. In short, basically everyone believed that Li Qingshan was a chess piece for a certain side. For the sake of achieving a certain objective, he had become a pawn, active in this grand game of chess and lucky enough to receive his reward in the end. However, only the few people who had been included in the conspiracy theories understood that he was not their chess piece. Only an even smaller number of people understood that he was not anyone's chess piece, but a chess player who could change the overall situation. If it were not for his efforts, the final battle on Fire Melt Mountain would not have existed at all, nor would they have emerged victorious. Only Li Qingshan and Little and understood that compared to playing chess with others and playing with schemes, he preferred to overturn the chessboard and directly beat up the chess players. He was currently progressing in this direction too. In the depths of the sea, a great celebratory banquet was currently being held in the Crystal Palace. The magnificent palace was filled with a joyous atmosphere. What a rude person. He clearly agreed to come, yet he's actually not coming at all. Gong Yuan said coldly and placed the crystal cup in her hand on the jade table heavily. There was an empty seat to her lower right. That was originally Li Qingshan's seat. Once he began cultivating, he completely forgot about small matters like this. Please calm down, Your Majesty. Qingshan must have some urgent matters to attend to. It must be great fortune for him to gain the divine Wutong tree's recognition. Ji Changfeng drank a cup with a smile. After his revenge, he seemed even more high-spirited than before. That must be the case. The divine Wutong tree is actually such a powerful demon king. Probably no one expected the fire devourers to fail to obtain its assistance even after occupying Fire Melt Mountain for so long. The moment the king of savages arrived, he immediately came out to meet them. I really can't help but admire him. I've seen countless people in my life, but I can't help but admit that I've really misjudged him this time. The speaker was an old man with a goatee. He happened to be the head caretaker of the king of Yu's estate, Mr. Ram. Who knew what mission he was on, but he had also come to attend the celebratory banquet. Mr. Ram, you should drink a cup as punishment. Gong Yuan's tone softened, and she no longer looked at the empty seat. After destroying Fire Melt Mountain, her relationship with the king of Yu's estate had instead become even more important. She dared not be careless at all. Although the Battle of Fire Melt Mountain had eradicated all future threats, they had paid a relatively heavy price too. A merfolk king had died in battle, and most of their core forces had been destroyed. Right now, the merfolk of the South Sea were at their weakest. They needed a lengthy period of time to recover, so they definitely could not afford to become enemies with the king of Southern Yu's estate at a time like this. As long as they endured through this period and endured until the world descended into chaos, then they would be free to do as they pleased. Once the chaotic era of the 9 provinces ended, perhaps the humans and demons would be surprised by the establishment of a new order on the sea. She would lead the merfolk race back to the age of the divine kingdom. Chapter 930. I wouldn't dare to turn down Your Majesty's punishment. Mr. Ram drank a cup by himself with a smile. He sighed inside. Back then in the Philean Hall of the Cloud Sail sect, he had almost been surrounded and attacked for a seat, and it was just an average seat. Now, he could legitimately occupy the seat of honor and receive the courtesy of an esteemed guest. Even the master of the Sword Pavilion and the Windgale King were willing to take a seat below him, yet he still did not come in the end. The affairs of the world really were unpredictable. The new generation would replace the old. Gong Yuan smiled faintly, but she felt like her arrangements were extremely reasonable. She was not currying favor with Li Qingshan. Since it was a celebratory banquet, the ranking would obviously be based on merit. Let alone everything else, just the act of ordering the myriad poison ancestor to blow himself up was enough for him to receive this kind of treatment. Then she considered whether she should pay a visit to Fire Melt Mountain after the banquet ended and ask him why he had stood her up. She could also discuss some important matters along the way, but as soon as she thought of that, she immediately dismissed it. Wouldn't I really be currying favor with him like that? Gong Yuan was not the only one who felt conflicted. The divine nun of the South Sea gazed at the empty seat and felt like she had lost something too. After the battle on Fire Melt Mountain, she had returned to her dwelling to rest. Originally, she wanted to see Little and again so that she could wander around with her and observe her properly. She wanted to see whether she could inherit her legacy or not, whether it was worth it for her to pay a visit to the Chan Monastery of Devanaga. Unexpectedly, Little and did not come at all. Whatever, we're not fated to meet. However, after some consideration, she thought again, if that mountain doesn't come when I call for it, I should go look for it myself. How can I just give up so easily? As a result, she stood up and bade farewell, turning down Gong Yuan and the others who urged her to stay. She left the Crystal Palace and hurried to Fire Melt Mountain. Following the traces left behind by the storm, she arrived at the 400 kilometers of Fire Melt Mountain again in the evening. The intense battle was still vivid in her mind. The setting sun enveloped the volcanoes. It was an especially bright red, but it also seemed a little more peaceful. Under the divine Wutong tree, Little and suddenly sensed something. She opened her eyes and went out to receive her. She bowed politely. "Welcome, senior. Please come in and take a seat." "I won't be going in. I've come to ask if you're willing to travel around the South Sea with me?" The divine nun of the South Sea asked with some anticipation. "Senior's kindness. This disciple can't thank you enough." Little and glanced at the divine Wutong tree in the crater of the volcano from the corner of his eyes. Although he was unwilling to leave him, he was in seclusion this time. First, he had to balance the water spray. Second, he had to break through to the fourth layer of the phoenix. And third, he had to hatch the phoenix egg, which would take at least 10 years. After completing these 3 things, his cultivation would definitely have a qualitative increase, even reaching the Demon King realm. If he didn't work hard, he would be left far behind. He made up his mind. This disciple is willing. "All right, let's set off right now." The divine nun of the South Sea smiled. "Senior, please wait a moment. Disciple will go back and give some instructions." Little and returned to the phoenix's nest and saw that Li Qingshan was still focusing on balancing fire and water, so he left a few words with Li Qingshan. After asking him to pass on the message to Li Qingshan, he left Fire Melt Mountain and went on a journey with the divine nun of the South Sea. The school of Vinaya was extensive and profound, no less than the school of Chan. It was rather beneficial to the cultivation of the path of white bone and great beauty, but it definitely could not be comprehended in a short amount of time. He could use this opportunity to study it in greater depth. Although he was not a true direct disciple, and the divine nun of the South Sea could not pass on the divine arts and secret methods of her sect to a disciple of the school of Chan, Little and was not interested in those cultivation methods in the first place. Instead, it was the Buddhist scriptures of the school of Vinaya. There were obviously no taboos about this, which made the divine nun of the South Sea even more fond of him. At the end of the day, the world of cultivation was about respect for the strong. Even Buddhist disciples who had become monks from a young age could not help but place more emphasis on cultivation methods. However, in the divine nun of the South Sea's eyes, neglecting the Buddhist scriptures that were as vast as the sea was neglecting the essentials. However, One Will was so talented, yet she did not seem restless at all. That was far too rare. The two of them wandered around, eating and sleeping in the open. They spent most of their time in the mundane world, reading about the affairs of the world. Little and came to a realization. It was no wonder monks loved to wander. The greatest aim of Buddhism was to deliver all living beings from suffering. If they did not see all living beings, how were they supposed to deliver them from suffering? If they left the mundane world and cultivated alone, it could only be regarded as the Hinayana Dharma, not the Mahayana Dharma. Even the white bone bodhisattva who created the path of white bone and great beauty was rather intent on delivering all living beings from suffering. It was just that the method she used was rather special. Compared to the school of Chan's root of wisdom that allowed one to see one's nature, the school of Vinaya was more down to earth, which benefited Little and a lot. The divine nun of the South Sea grew fonder and fonder of this disciple who did not show any emotions, never complained, and worked hard on the Buddhist Dharma. Gradually, a new legend appeared on the shore of the South Sea, regarding the beautiful heavenly maiden by the divine nun of the South Sea's side. At the same time, the upheaval in the world intensified. The scale of war rapidly escalated, and the flames of war began to spread across the 9 provinces. The Mist Province and the Green Province had already reached a state of mutual hostility. Although it had not devolved into a full-scale war, the deaths of great cultivators were no longer shocking news. Everyone's gazes were drawn away, casting Fire Melt Mountain to the back of their minds. In the phoenix's nest, Li Qingshan completely forgot about the outside world. In his sea of consciousness, the spirit turtle dove deep as the phoenix danced. The light intertwined, constantly harmonizing and merging. After who knew how long, Li Qingshan shuddered. The red and blue light merged together, and he opened his eyes. He could not help but exhale deeply, overjoyed. All right. At least all my arduous cultivation hasn't gone to waste. I've finally taken another step forward and obtained the third innate ability of the phoenix. Sure enough, it was still the phoenix's nerva. In other words, he possessed 3 chances to be reborn, which he could use in battle. Once he was killed, he would immediately have 2 chances to be reborn. Now it really won't be easy even if I want to die. Little and Li Qingshan could not see Little and around. Congratulations. Your cultivation has advanced again. You can actually balance 2 powerful bloodlines of completely different natures? The secrets you carry sure run deep. Feng Shiwu's figure appeared. He had been paying attention to Li Qingshan the entire time, so he could obviously sense the changes in his aura. Friend Feng, how long did it take me? Where's Little N? A little over 2 years. Little N traveled the world with the divine nun of the South Sea and returned a few times. However, you were always cultivating, so she didn't disturb you. I see. Cultivation really is a race against time. Li Qingshan nodded. Although he liked cultivating in secluded cultivation together, increasing his cultivation was without a doubt more important, which was why he fully supported her going to the Chan monastery of Devanaga in the past. The environment of Fire Melt Mountain was actually not particularly suitable for her cultivation. Finding a direction to advance in was for the best. It's just 2 years. What's the big deal? Though, you can focus on hatching the phoenix's embryo now, right? Friendly. For once, Feng Shiwu also cracked a joke. His attitude became much gentler, no longer as aloof as before. Alright, no problem. I'll still need your help. Li Qingshan felt rather tired, but he did not slack off at all. He was not as slow-witted as Feng Shiwu. If he did not advance valiantly and diligently, how was he supposed to make it to the 9 heavens? Of course, advancing valiantly and diligently was not reckless. Everything was going according to the plan he had set down. After balancing fire and water, he had cleared away the obstacles for his future cultivation. He could work hard to push the phoenix's scripture of nerva to the 4th layer. This process could be carried out simultaneously with the phoenix's embryo, complementing each other. Perhaps it would produce wondrous effects. It was all thanks to Feng Shiwu's slow-witted nature that he was not in a hurry even after 2 years, which was why he could remain so composed. Please don't disappoint me. Feng Shiwu said sternly. Don't worry, friend. The time for harvest has arrived. Li Qingshan understood. If he could not keep his promise and hatch the phoenix's embryo, not only would the friendship he had built up be completely gone, but they might even turn against each other. No one wanted to face a hysterical great demon king. Feng Shiwu said, let's hope so. Even to me, 10,000 years is far too long. Li Qingshan said nothing more. He closed his eyes again and picked up the phoenix's embryo, circulating the phoenix's scripture of nerva as hard as he could. Not only was it in his body, but it was also in the phoenix's embryo. At this moment, he suddenly heard the wondrous sound of a zither. Feng Shiwu sat down close to him. A zither pedestal and a zither appeared before him, and the music poured out from the tip of his fingers. It was a heavenly sound that Li Qingshan had never heard before. Although he could not figure out what was special about it, he only felt his mind calm down. His exhaustion vanished, and his circulation of the cultivation method became especially smooth. He praised, "Nice zither." Feng Shiwu said without even raising his head, "Don't talk. Focus. This isn't for you either, or you'd be playing the zither to a cow. If it's not for me, then who else?" Li Qingshan suddenly realized that the phoenix's embryo in his arms was the true listener. He smiled bitterly. Was this the legendary prenatal education? You're just too malevolent at the end of the day. Your vulgarity is difficult to purge, so you'll probably infect the little phoenix. You need to cleanse it with the zither first. Li Qingshan sneered. He could not be bothered with retorting. As he listened to the zither, his mind gradually sank. Time flew by, and the zither's music came and went. During this time, Little and returned many times, spending a few days with Li Qingshan before setting off again. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, Li Qingshan's presence became more and more powerful, and the light on the phoenix's embryo became brighter and brighter. Every single pattern seemed to be forged from sunlight. Suddenly, one day, an extremely feeble consciousness was born in the center of the phoenix's embryo. It was even hotter than fire, even more resplendent than light. "It's there! It's there!" Li Qingshan's cry of joy interrupted the zither's music. Feng Shiwu shuddered, almost snapping a zither string. "It's there? Come over and take a look." Before he had even finished speaking, Feng Shiwu had arrived with a flash and pressed his hand against the phoenix's embryo. He also sensed the birth of the consciousness, and his expression immediately became extremely fascinating. He said, "Good," 3 times in a row. Although it was still very far away from actually hatching, this was without a doubt a milestone. At the very least, it proved that Li Qingshan was not lying. "What do you think? I didn't lie to you, did I?" Li Qingshan said. Chapter 931. In the phoenix's nest, the 2 men stared at one another. They were both filled with excitement. "Why does the atmosphere feel a little strange?" Li Qingshan rubbed his head. "Don't daydream. Accept this power properly. Don't die." Feng Shiwu waved his hands, and his sleeves fluttered. Wutong tree branches that resembled scarlet copper extended out from all directions of the phoenix's nest, wrapping around Li Qingshan layer by layer and forming a cocoon. "Come, I can't die." Li Qingshan understood Feng Shiwu's plan and roused himself. "Go!" Feng Shiwu bellowed out. The divine Wutong tree's roots that extended deep into the magma absorbed the flames of the earth furiously, converting them into extremely pure fire spiritual energy. Some of the thinner roots were unable to endure the tremendous flames of the earth and directly turned to ash, but he could no longer care about them. After 10,000 years of waiting, he finally saw a sliver of hope. He no longer cared about anything else. He had already paid so much, so was there still a little more left? The divine Wutong tree shook violently, and Feng Shiwu's figure blurred. Every single Wutong branch lit up with scarlet light, pouring into Li Qingshan's body like a blood transfusion. This was the purest power of the fire spiritual energy. In that moment, Li Qingshan felt like he was about to explode. He did not feel any fear, only joy. Only a spiritual root of the world like the divine Wutong tree could do something like this, and there would not be a second chance like this. He circulated the phoenix's scripture of Nerva, and the phoenix wings unfurled to the limit. They were unprecedentedly beautiful and dazzling, blazing with flames. Then he embraced the phoenix's embryo firmly in his arms, communicating with the sliver of consciousness within the embryo. Having self-awareness was good, but if this sliver of consciousness resisted Li Qingshan's assistance, then it would instead be a bad thing. But fortunately, perhaps it was because of his phoenix bloodline. The phoenix's embryo accepted his soul sense very soon. Due to his experience of dual cultivating with Gongyuan, coupled with the fact that the sliver of consciousness was pure and flawless like a piece of white paper, it achieved the deepest level of compatibility very soon. As the phoenix's scripture of Nerva circulated, the tremendous power in the phoenix's embryo rapidly gathered and condensed. That bit of consciousness also developed and grew. On the other hand, Li Qingshan's cultivation in the phoenix transformation was ceaselessly improving as well. In less than a year's time, he'd attained the peak of the 3rd level. He was just about to continue working hard and break through to the 4th level, but he was stuck here. No matter how many times he tried, he was unable to break through. "Damn it, I actually encountered a bottleneck at this time." Li Qingshan frowned slightly. A bottleneck was not something that could be broken through just by gritting one's teeth. Otherwise, there would not be so many cultivators who had lifelong regrets. Once he encountered a bottleneck, he would either be enlightened overnight, or he would have to spend time to overcome it. Most of the time, both were indispensable. Under such circumstances, any external help would be useless. The surging power that the divine Wutong tree had channeled had nowhere to be released. On the other hand, the bit of consciousness within the phoenix egg rapidly grew with his help and occupied the entire phoenix egg. "All right, I will do my best to help you. Let's see how strong you can become." Li Qingshan simply channeled all of the divine Wutong tree's power into the phoenix egg. The phoenix egg turned into a tiny burning sun, so resplendent that one could not look at it directly. The tremendous power that the phoenix egg possessed even began to exceed that of ordinary demon commanders. It was progressing towards demon monarchs. Even Li Qingshan could not imagine what sort of monster he would hatch into. Would it be a demon monarch the moment it was born? It couldn't be that exaggerated, right? Time flew by. Inside the phoenix egg, the thick liquid formed from pure spiritual energy began to take shape bit by bit. The tremendous life force was transforming into a true life form, an undying phoenix. Perhaps it had waited for too long. That bit of consciousness was eager to break out of the egg from the moment it was formed. In less than 3 years, the embryonic form appeared. The bit of consciousness had already completely fused with the body, transforming into a true will. Although Li Qingshan was happy, he could not help but feel somewhat regretful. At this moment, something happened to the phoenix's embryo. In a daze, Li Qingshan saw an extremely magnificent phoenix soaring through the sky. Apart from Brother Ox, it was the most powerful life form he had ever seen. It was so noble that it could overlook the entire world. The phoenix let out a glorious cry that resounded through his mind, as if it was telling him something. No, it was telling the unborn phoenix chick. Suddenly, thousands of pieces of information surged into his mind, transforming into billions of images. Every piece of information and image contained the truth of the world. They were extremely continuous, but it was difficult to clearly describe what they meant. It was like a dream, clear and real, yet vague and indistinct. After waking up from the dream, everything had turned to nothing. Li Qingshan suddenly understood. This was the legacy of the phoenix. If a person grew up in the wild without the guidance of parents or teachers, they would not be much stronger than a monkey. Their ability to survive might even be inferior to a monkey. However, a divine beast like the phoenix was different. It was like the legendary sage that was born with knowledge. Even if it was far away from its parents before it was born, there was a natural legacy in its bloodline. The moment it awakened from the chaos, it would enlighten it, allowing it to understand where it came from and where it was going. It would not lose its way or forget who it was. This legacy of the phoenix was not wisdom imbuement. Instead, it was more like the wisdom fruit of the banyan tree king, but even more wondrous. While enlightening, it did not affect the independence of the young phoenix's will. That was why it felt like a dream to Li Qingshan. Dreams were not actually empty. Instead, they originated from the deeper subconscious of the sea of consciousness. They were far more vast and profound than the surface consciousness. This caused the young phoenix to be born with extremely high intelligence. Coupled with its natural strength, it could completely survive on its own. As Li Qingshan hatched the phoenix's embryo, he also shared in this dream of the phoenix that had been passed down through the ages. Vaguely, he seemed to be in thought, like he had gained something, and like he had lost something. All this time, the phoenix's scripture of Nerva had been the most difficult cultivation method he had ever practiced. Even with Feng Shiwu's full assistance, he still felt extremely sluggish. In the end, he reached a bottleneck, unable to take even a single step forward. In Feng Shiwu's words, he had only inherited the phoenix's bloodline, but he had not comprehended the phoenix's heart. However, probably even Feng Shiwu had no idea what the phoenix's heart was. But at this moment, Li Qingshan felt like he had comprehended it, but he was unable to describe it with specific words. The phoenix's heart never dies from Nerva. Li Qingshan murmured silently. The bottleneck vanished as if it had never existed in the first place. He had broken through to the 4th layer of the phoenix's scripture of Nerva. Before he could even celebrate, the rumbling of thunder passed through the layers of worlds and boomed by his ears. Chapter 932. As soon as it completed the prenatal education and developed intelligence in its consciousness, the first heavenly tribulation immediately descended. Even Li Qingshan was taken aback. Afterwards, he smiled. It really was the divine bird phoenix after all. It had yet to be born, yet it was already able to look down on its peers. He could not help but anticipate its appearance when it broke out of the egg and danced through the clouds. What are we supposed to do? What are we supposed to do? Feng Shiwu paced around frantically. What's wrong with that? Li Qingshan placed down the phoenix's embryo and backed away into the distance. The heavenly tribulation was a test from the heavens. No one could replace it. If he was too close, it would instead affect the young phoenix's tribulation. There shouldn't be any problems, right? He was rather worried. After all these years of incubation, he had developed some feelings for the unborn little phoenix. After all, he had put in so much effort. It's just an egg. If it fails the tribulation? Feng Shiwu widened his eyes and gazed at the phoenix's embryo nearby. A sliver of fear filled his eyes, afraid that he would see the egg shatter and the phoenix die. With a rumble, lightning flickered, illuminating the phoenix nest. The first bolt of tribulation lightning struck the phoenix's embryo. The electricity wove into a net, covering it densely. The phoenix's embryo shone brightly as well. The complicated and beautiful patterns seemed to flow. Through the thin eggshell, the rudimentary form of the phoenix was vaguely visible. It contended against the heavenly tribulation almost instinctively. Feng Shiwu trembled all over, as if he was the one who had been struck by lightning. Li Qingshan patted his shoulder in amusement. Tribulations have always been dangerous. It's the same for everyone. Seeing how Feng Shiwu's expression became uglier and uglier, he persuaded, "Don't worry. It's just a single heavenly tribulation. It's very weak. There won't be any problems with the power you've channeled into it. Instead, it's a great opportunity for it to refine its strength." Feng Shiwu had become flustered from his concern. With what Li Qingshan said, he eased up slightly, but he continued to stare at the phoenix's embryo. Li Qingshan shook his head and sat cross-legged at the side. At this step, his incubation was basically completed, and the next step was up to the little phoenix. With the power of the first heavenly tribulation, even if it failed to transcend the tribulation, it wouldn't cause any fatal damage to the young phoenix. It would only consume a large amount of energy, which wasn't a bad thing. It would just ruin the strongest young phoenix in history plan, so he was in a relatively relaxed mood. Listening to the rumbling of thunder, Zhang Xian calmed his mind and sensed the new energy in his body. After passing the fourth stage of the phoenix realm, both his soul and body exuded an aura of vitality. The phoenix wings on his back stretched out even more magnificently. His entire temperament had also undergone a miraculous change. There was less of an evil aura and more of a noble aura. This was not only because of the increase in his cultivation, but also because he had received the inheritance of the phoenix. However, he was not like little Phoenix, who was a piece of pure white paper. His personality was too strong. The stubbornness of the ox demon and the warmongering of the tiger demon were deep in his bones. As a result, the influence of the phoenix's legacy on him was unable to achieve the effect of turning over a new leaf that Feng Shiwu had hoped for. Originally, each of the four transformations of the demonic and divine, ox, tiger, phoenix, and turtle, possessed an extremely powerful spirit. No matter which spirit he inherited, it would result in a drastic change in his personality. However, as they intertwined, they instead nullified one another, creating a wondrous balance. In the end, they only became one side of his personality. He did not lose his original heart. Li Qingshan leaned on his hand and closed his eyes, visualizing the dancing phoenix in his sea of consciousness. The rumbling of thunder in the outside world gradually grew distant. His cultivation and strength had both reached an unprecedented height. He could clearly sense that he was only a step away from the third heavenly tribulation, the realm of demon kings. No, it was only half a step away. He only needed to balance fire and water a step further, and he would become a demon king. From then on, he would be able to move unhindered. In the past, he had the opportunity to directly become a demon king, which was to directly push the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression to the fifth layer. However, not only would that affect his future cultivation, but his foundation would also be nowhere near as solid as it was right now. Even if he became a demon king, he would only be a little stronger than regular demon kings. Right now, he had yet to undergo the third heavenly tribulation, yet he already possessed the same confidence. Once he underwent the tribulation successfully and obtained 4 brand new abilities, he was curious about what kind of strength he would possess. After 10 years of arduous cultivation, it's about time for me to move. When the last bolt of tribulation lightning dispersed, Feng Shiwu let out a long sigh of relief and smiled in relief. What did I say? It's just a single heavenly tribulation. It'll definitely. Before Li Qingshan could even finish, he was interrupted by a crisp crack. Feng Shiwu's face stiffened. Li Qingshan followed his gaze and saw a tiny crack appear on the top of the phoenix's egg. In their eyes, it was even more terrifying than 100 bolts of lightning. Li Qingshan did not understand the process of a phoenix's birth, but the chick had just taken shape. It should not have hatched so quickly. Could it be that it had been struck by lightning? He murmured, surely not. Just when he was about to rush over, Feng Shiwu had already lifted up the phoenix's egg. He stared at the crack with widened eyes and channeled his power into it furiously, wanting to repair it in a flurry. However, the tiny crack completely ignored the great Demon King's pleas, spreading on its own. Crack, crack. The expanding crack produced streaks of resplendent light. The crack spread more and more rapidly. By the time it covered the entire phoenix's egg, what would appear before them probably would not be hatching, but shattering. As for a premature baby, let alone becoming the strongest in history, it probably would not even be able to keep its life. Li Qingshan. Feng Shiwu's roar rang through the phoenix nest. Shut up. Give it to me. Li Qingshan snatched the phoenix's egg and circulated the phoenix's scripture of Nerva in an attempt to mend the crack, but he was not confident at all. Having incubated the egg for several years, he knew the best that the phoenix's egg was a perfect entity. It was basically a world of its own inside. Right now, what shattered was not the eggshell, but the miniature world. The phoenix's scripture of Nerva alone was useless. Spirit turtle suppresses the seas, suppress it. The figure of a spirit turtle appeared above Li Qingshan's head, shining with peaceful light and forcefully suppressing the light from the crack. In the end, it enveloped the entire phoenix's egg, forming a blue cocoon. By now, the crack had basically covered the entire eggshell, ripping apart the beautiful, complicated patterns. It was in an extremely unstable state. How did this happen? Feng Shiwu grabbed Li Qingshan by the front of his clothes. Calm down. Li Qingshan glanced at him and sighed inside. At the end of the day, he had still underestimated the destructive power of the heavenly tribulation. In terms of power alone, the phoenix's egg was even more powerful than when he underwent the second heavenly tribulation and became a demon commander. However, it was nowhere near as intelligent. It still did not know how to use its power properly. It had basically used the very tip to endure the attack, which was why it ended up like this. All life forms had to go through the process of growing stronger. Sure enough, it was not without reason. Pulling up seedlings to help them grow was not fun. This level of suppression was not enough to maintain the phoenix's egg stability. He said sternly, I'm going to do something next. Promise me that you won't be rash. All right. Feng Shiwu hesitated, understanding that now was not the time to look for trouble. Li Qingshan expanded, assuming his demon form and swallowing the phoenix's egg in a single gulp. Chapter 933. At that moment, Li Qingshan felt like he was heavily restrained. An unstoppable force crushed over from all directions. The phoenix's nest twisted and changed shape. The wutong branches danced about like demons. Calm down. Li Qingshan raised his hand and bellowed out, do you still want to hatch the egg or not? Only with that did Feng Shiwu gradually calm down. Just what are you trying to do? Obviously hatch the egg. Right now, the egg is in danger of shattering and exploding at any time, so I need to suppress it. Only when it's in my body will I have the best chance. Don't be so impulsive all the time. This is all your idea. You'd better succeed. Otherwise, I won't let you go. Don't worry. There'll be a result very soon, very soon. Li Qingshan was completely unfazed by Feng Shiwu's threat. He lay down with his arms as a pillow. His colossal body was like a small, black mountain as his thunderous voice reverberated through the surroundings. He naturally gave off a mighty presence, something he did not possess in his human form. Feng Shiwu shivered inside. If I give him another decade, probably even my phoenix's nest won't be able to keep him in check. Li Qingshan, oh Li Qingshan, I hope we can be friends and not enemies. Li Qingshan focused and sensed the scorching, uneasy phoenix's embryo in his belly. He could not help but pat his belly and smile to himself. This really is like being pregnant for 10 months. Originally, I said I could do everything apart from giving birth, but now I can even give birth. Isn't that invincible? Ha! Feng Shiwu did not respond to Li Qingshan's cold joke at all. He furrowed his brows and asked, "How do you feel? You better not accidentally digest it." "Don't worry, it's already settled down. If you don't believe me, you can listen to it." Li Qingshan shivered. "All right then. That really is a little too cold. Pretend I never said anything." However, under the illumination of the spirit turtle's divine light, the crack on the phoenix's embryo remained, but it did not expand. It stabilized once again. The young phoenix inside slowly grew, gradually filling out with feathers. Li Qingshan had cultivated for a decade, advancing valiantly the entire way without stopping. He also felt rather tired right now, so he just spread his limbs and fell asleep. "How dare you sleep?" Feng Shiwu shook his head. He could also sense that as he slept, his presence became more and more distant and drawn out. His mind seemed to sink into the depths of his sea of consciousness, becoming extremely tranquil. The phoenix's embryo in his belly was affected, no longer in danger of shattering. Li Qingshan had not slept for many years. With the continuous improvement of his cultivation, he no longer needed to rely on sleep to restore his spirit like mortals. Naturally, it was even more impossible for him to dream. As the saying goes, the supreme have no dreams. Dreams come from one's mind. Cultivators have a peaceful mind, so they won't dream even when they sleep. However, when he was in this devilish state, not only did his strength obtain absolute relaxation, even his mind was relaxed along with it, and he inadvertently activated the divine talisman of great creation that he'd practically forgotten. All of a sudden, the divine talisman of great creation, which had exhausted all of its power, suddenly glowed with colorful lights, interweaving into a bizarre dreamland. His past life, his present life, the ox, the tiger, the turtle, the phoenix, and the various worldly affairs were all there. Suddenly, he woke up from the dream one day and felt a powerful surge in his belly. The phoenix's embryo trembled violently, and the light suppressed by the spirit turtle was released from every single crack. Feng Shiwu sensed something and appeared, standing on top of Li Qingshan's towering nose. He asked in a hurry, "How is it?" Li Qingshan scanned it with his soul sense. The young phoenix had all the feathers, beak, and claws. It had completely taken shape, flying around in the phoenix's embryo in an attempt to break out. Over a decade of hard work had finally paid off. He could not help but be overjoyed. "I've got it." Before he had even finished speaking, his belly rumbled like thunder. His belly immediately swelled up, and he felt a wave of heat. The phoenix egg suddenly shattered, and a ball of flowing fire flew out. It was only a few feet in size, but it emitted an incomparably noble aura. It was precisely the legendary divine bird. Its phoenix eyes were wide open, and they were filled with intelligence and spirituality as it searched for a way out of this cave. Li Qingshan opened his huge, cave-like mouth and called out, "Come out!" The little phoenix let out a clear cry and unfurled its beautiful wings, passing through the long cavern. A speck of light appeared before it. The light rapidly expanded, flying past 2 rows of sharp, pure white teeth. Finally, it saw the outside world. A wondrous thought appeared in its young but intelligent mind. There were still layers of eggshell outside the egg, so what was beyond the outermost eggshell like? Feng Shiwu spread his arms, welcoming the birth of the little phoenix. His face was ravished with joy, so excited that he almost cheered out loud. The little phoenix nodded gently at Feng Shiwu and let out another clear cry. It surpassed all other sounds, passing through the phoenix's nest with clarity. Even the divine wutong tree swayed and glowed. An intense feeling of happiness immediately filled Feng Shiwu's heart. It knows me! It knows me! Without any hesitation, he had already confirmed with a single glance that the phoenix's nest that had been empty for tens of thousands of years now had a new master. The phoenix did not rest unless it was a wutong tree, and if the wutong tree did not have a phoenix, how could it demonstrate its pride and aloofness? Friend Feng, I didn't let you down. Are you satisfied now? Li Feng said. Li Qingshan laughed aloud like thunder. Satisfied, satisfied. From today onwards, you, Li Qingshan, are my friend. A sliver of sternness appeared on Feng Shiwu's overjoyed face, demonstrating just how serious he was about the word friend. This was even rarer than the friendliness of the Banyan Tree King. People who stood aloof would never have too many friends, but once they became his friends, they would never disappoint them. Even when he faced the Dragon King of the Sea, he would not hesitate at all. Just when Li Qingshan was about to say something, he suddenly heard a familiar rumble of thunder. His expression changed slightly. Another heavenly tribulation. The thunder gradually drew closer, like a chariot rolling over through the air. Before it had even begun, its might had already surpassed the first heavenly tribulation. Not only had Li Qingshan fulfilled his promise to hatch the phoenix's embryo, but he had even fulfilled his promise to become the strongest phoenix chick. The moment he hatched, he had crossed the boundary of the second heavenly tribulation. He wanted to reach Demon Commander, but he had to undergo the heavenly tribulation first. Qingshan. Feng Shiwu's expression changed drastically. The phoenix's embryo had almost shattered during the first heavenly tribulation, let alone the second. Once he failed, all his efforts would be for naught. All his efforts would be for naught. Right now, the little phoenix was only equivalent to a newborn infant, yet he was about to challenge the heavenly tribulation immediately. Just how dangerous was this? Just treat this as the first lesson of its life. No matter how much external assistance it receives, if it wants to walk its own path, no one can replace it. Whether it succeeds or fails, it's all up to it. Li Qingshan smiled and roared at the little phoenix. If you want to accomplish something extraordinary, how can you not challenge it with your life on the line? Go. The little phoenix lowered its head and listened attentively, as if it was being taught a lesson. Afterwards, it raised its elegant head and gazed at the approaching lightning. A smear of determination flashed through its eyes. Suddenly, it unfurled its wings and took to the air, welcoming the first bolt of lightning. Boom! The bolt of lightning collided and shone with rainbow light. The feathers that had just sprouted withered one by one, like a colorful snowstorm. Feng Shiwu's heart suddenly tightened, while Li Qingshan silently cheered it on. The tribulation lightning was like blades, slashing viciously against the little phoenix's young body and leaving behind horrific wounds. Although it possessed the innate ability of endless growth, the speed at which the wounds healed was nowhere near as fast as the tribulation lightning's destruction. However, its clear cry became even more resolute and courageous, dancing about in the lightning. Even the thunder was unable to suppress it. The corner of Li Qingshan's lips curled up. Although the little phoenix's usage of power was still very immature, it was no longer the same as when it was still a phoenix embryo. It possessed a lot of intelligence and flexibility, and it possessed a sense of bravery and determination. It was unaffected by life-threatening danger, using everything it had to fight back with everything it had. Feng Shiwu discovered this as well. He could not help but glance at Li Qingshan. Had it been influenced by him? Phoenixes possessed a noble and pure heart, unwavering even in death, but they had never been known for their bravery. After who knew how long, when the final rumble of thunder dispersed, the sound still lingered in Li Qingshan and Feng Shiwu's ears. The scorching light was particularly dazzling the two of them. Afterwards, all they saw was the little phoenix gently comb its new feathers with its vermilion beak, gaining a hint of elegance and freedom. Li Qingshan grinned and laughed aloud. Feng Shiwu closed his eyes gently and exhaled deeply. Now this could be considered a great success. The little phoenix flew down and transformed with a shake of its body, turning into a child that seemed to be 2 or 3 years old. It was draped in rainbow-colored feather clothes, with 7 long feathers trailing behind it. Its mind was clear and its eyes were clear, and it seemed like it had been carved from jade. Even in human form, it did not lose the bearing of a phoenix at all. Fucking hell, it's been far too difficult. Fortunately, I'm strong enough. Fathers, I haven't disappointed you. The voice was clear and enchanting, filled with naivety, but it made Feng Shiwu shudder all over. His smile froze. Li Qingshan also scratched his head. What did you call me? Father, don't tell me you want me to call you mother? The little phoenix blinked its eyes. It was especially cute. No, he's not your father. You're the son of a phoenix, so you have nothing to do with this bastard. I can call you uncle. No, you're a phoenix, so how can you speak like that? Feng Shiwu was thrown into chaos. This was far different from what he had imagined. Of course I understand my identity and origins, but if it weren't for your painstaking care and hatching, I wouldn't be who I am today. In the past, the peacock swallowed the Buddha, and the Buddha emerged from the peacock's back, also taking the peacock as his mother, let alone the kindness you've shown me. This form of address is the most appropriate, isn't it? As for words, that's just a small matter. There's no need for you to mind it, father. The little phoenix said with a tender voice. Combined with its dancing little hands, it seemed even more adorable. However, even Feng Shiwu could not refute what it said. With the phoenix's legacy, it could be described as born with knowledge. Chapter 934. Feng Shiwu considered it seriously with a frown. He could still accept the form of address as father, albeit reluctantly. But what the fuck was with the fuck? He could not accept it at all. The first 3 words the little phoenix uttered after being born were actually vulgarities. He had truly wasted all his years of hard work. Li Qingshan, just what did you do? Just like how Li Qingshan had accepted the phoenix's legacy, his dream had also silently provided the little phoenix with a form of prenatal education. Apart from the phoenix's legacy, he had added the Green Mountain's legacy, which led to a wondrous change. This change made Feng Shiwu grind his teeth in hatred, but it made Li Qingshan extremely happy. He felt extremely close to the little phoenix as soon as he looked at him, as if he really was his own child, which was why he accepted him as his son so happily. How would I know? Li Qingshan said in an unconcerned manner. He rubbed the little phoenix's head and smiled. My good son, I'm the first father. That uncle over there is the second father. Do you understand? I understand. The little phoenix nodded with a smile. He was naive. He felt natural admiration towards Li Qingshan who had hatched him. Shut up. I'm the first father. Feng Shiwu vaguely guessed the whole story. He knew that now that it had reached this point, there was no turning back. His priority right now was to take the initiative and carry out a strict education on the little phoenix, preventing Li Qingshan's influence from growing any further. As a result, he was determined to obtain the title of First Father. Li Qingshan squinted his eyes, and there was a flash of light. He did not like being the second father. Feng Shiwu smiled in disdain and had already extended his hands towards the little phoenix. He said gently, Come, baby, come to First Father. Sure, said the little phoenix. Li Qingshan smiled. Don't listen to your second father's nonsense. Aren't you already with First Father? He glanced around and met Feng Shiwu's gaze. Sparks flew. A moment later, let go. You're a proper gentleman. Don't you know how to give way to friends? Moreover, is this how a father should act? Li Qingshan hugged the little phoenix firmly, preventing Feng Shiwu from taking him away. You're the one who should let go. The friendship between gentlemen is as indifferent as water. You have to fight for the matter today. Feng Shiwu grabbed the little phoenix's feet and demonstrated his determination. Stop pulling, it hurts, you bastards! The little phoenix exclaimed. He was a demon commander, and as a divine bird phoenix, his true strength far surpassed regular demon commanders, approaching the demon king realm. However, neither of his fathers were weak. Feng Shiwu, that old demon, went without saying. Right now, Li Qingshan could butcher demon kings like it was child's play. When it came to a fight, the little phoenix would never have the final say. Little brat, don't you know the rules? How can you talk to your father like this? Li Qingshan reprimanded, not loosening his grip at all. Sai, you really are far too rude. You need to be properly taught. Li Qingshan, this is all because of your influence. Why don't you let go? Feng Shiwu became even more determined. I don't want you as fathers anymore. You two bastards, bastards, bastards. The little phoenix began to struggle violently. He must have been influenced by Li Qingshan. When he became stubborn, he refused to give in to anyone. Li Qingshan and Feng Shiwu exchanged glances and frowned. The same thought flashed through their minds. This isn't going to work. I haven't even gotten the title of first father, and I'm about to lose my position as a father. Compared to my dignity as a father, who comes first and who comes second is secondary. Fine then. I'll count to 3, and we'll let go at the same time. Li Qingshan raised an eyebrow. All right, Feng Shiwu said. 1, 2, 3. Li Qingshan counted to 3. Why don't you let go? How can a gentleman go back on his word? Aren't you the same? I treat gentlemen in the ways of gentlemen, and I treat villains in the ways of villains. Don't even think about lying to me. You're far too evil. The little phoenix was on the verge of tears. He had witnessed the viciousness of human nature and the hardships of the world the moment he was born. Finally, after a series of negotiations between Li Qingshan and Feng Shiwu, the little phoenix landed on the ground steadily. However, what followed was a storm-like reprimand. The little phoenix could not help but regret what he had said just now, expressing that he still accepted them as his fathers. He no longer dared to call them bastards anymore. His little face was filled with grievance, and he was filled with regret inside. Just now, he should not have randomly acknowledged them as his fathers with the joy of being reborn. Don't be like that. Just wait for First Father to take you to see the colorful world and enjoy its prosperity. How about that? Li Qingshan rubbed the little phoenix's head with a smile. All right. The little phoenix was still a child at the end of the day. He immediately tossed his unfortunate encounter just now to the back of his head. He was already eager to leave this larger egg and see the outside world. Li Qingshan immediately felt great about himself. I may not have been a father in my 2 lives, but I've seen quite a few fathers run. Right when he was about to reply, Feng Shiwu interrupted him. No, now's still not the time. You've only just been born. Do you know just how dangerous the outside world is? How many people want to use your blood to extend their lives? You still have far too many things to learn. The little phoenix's face immediately drooped, looking at Li Qingshan for help. Li Qingshan said, Do you think I'll let anyone harm him with me around? Not to mention, it's not like he's a chick who's afraid of being stepped on no matter where he goes. Back when I first came out, who knows how much worse I was compared to him right now, but didn't I still manage to survive until now? Feng Shiwu completely ignored Li Qingshan. He said to the little phoenix, Take care of him. If I don't agree, even he won't be able to leave. Are you trying to use force? Li Qingshan said furiously. So what? Their gazes clashed once again. The phoenix's nest woven from the divine Wutong tree turned into a tremendous restraining force. In this region of space, Feng Shiwu was the master. However, Li Qingshan took a step forward and gave off a violent aura. Even Feng Shiwu was unable to suppress him immediately. Over a decade of arduous cultivation was nothing to scoff at. A major characteristic of the 9 transformations of the demonic and divine was that it became more difficult the further it progressed, but it also became more powerful the further it progressed. After breaking through from the 3rd layer to the 4th layer of the Phoenix transformation, as well as harmonizing fire and water a step further, his current strength was even greater than when he first entered the Phoenix's nest. At this moment, a figure arrived beneath the divine Wutong tree and entered the Phoenix's nest. Her clothes were extremely simple, but they were unable to conceal her beauty at all. Her face was expressionless, but her clear eyes gave off an indescribably mysterious aura. Little and had returned. Arriving in the phoenix's nest, she saw how Feng Shiwu and Li Qingshan were currently at daggers drawn, staring at one another. She was slightly surprised. According to her calculations, the chances of them falling out were very low, unless irreconcilable conflict arose, such as the shattering of the phoenix's embryo. However, the unfamiliar child was clearly the newborn little phoenix. This should have been enough to make them friends. When she understood the entire story, she could not help but become rather at a loss as to how to react. As a result, she asked a question. She pointed at the little phoenix and asked, "What's his name?" Only then did Li Qingshan and Feng Shiwu suddenly remember this. Isn't naming the child something that a father should consider first? Feng Shiwu came to a realization. Yes, little, and you're the one who's the most sensible. I've almost become muddle-headed from anger from this bastard. I'll obviously be the one to do the naming. You better keep your mouth shut about those ignorant, incompetent, and incompetent people. All right, I'll leave the name to you. Li Qingshan did not mind. So you do have some self-awareness after all. Feng Shiwu was very surprised. He just needs to follow my surname, Li Qingshan smiled. That's intolerable. As a result, the old conflict was resolved with a new one. Little and shook her head and walked over to the little phoenix. She felt like there was a need to observe this son that Li Qingshan had hatched. The little phoenix took a step back in fright. None of the mental legacies he had received had given him the attribute of cowardice. Even when faced with tribulation lightning, he could face it fearlessly. However, little N, who could charm all living beings and was like a goddess, made him feel a sliver of fear, as if he had encountered an extremely dangerous monster. The phoenix was a divine bird of eternal life, but the oath of the path of white bone and great beauty was to destroy all life. It was no longer bloodthirsty, but extermination. Little N stopped and thought, so it really is a divine bird? His bestial instincts had risen to a divine level. He had spent over a decade with the divine nun of the South Sea, yet she had sensed nothing. Instead, a newborn chick had sensed something. Feng Shiwu noticed this too. He glanced at little N in confusion and asked the little phoenix, "What's wrong?" Li Qingshan smiled. "What's wrong? Frightened? I'm not frightened. I'm not afraid of anyone. I was just surprised earlier." The little phoenix immediately widened his eyes before walking over to little N. He raised his head and gazed at little N, expressing that he was fearless. "As long as you're not afraid." Little N smiled and scooped up the little phoenix. The little phoenix shivered inside. Her hands were as warm as white jade, and she gave off the smell of sandalwood. The rare smile on her face was even more alluring, but it made him feel very uncomfortable. Actually, he was not too sure what he was afraid of. Of course, he had no idea that this sense of fear would accompany him for a very, very long time. As soon as little N let go, the little phoenix flew out. Li Qingshan and Feng Shiwu became hostile again, exchanging a few verbal blows. The atmosphere heated up, almost to the point of fighting. The little phoenix clapped his little hands and cheered, "Fight! Fight! The stronger one is the first father." The child doesn't want to see the two fathers fighting among themselves. Little N appeared behind the little phoenix again and pressed his hands against his shoulders gently. He lowered his head and asked, "Am I right?" The little phoenix fell silent. "Don't fight, father. I don't want to see it." Feng Shiwu replied with a question, "Little girl, then what do you think we should do?" Little N said, "Why don't we play rock, paper, scissors?" Feng Shiwu was taken aback before coming to an understanding. Rock, paper, scissors seemed like a child's game, but it was not that simple when it came to actual competition. Reaction speed, mental control, and most importantly, sensing the changes in the heavenly secrets. "That's a good idea. What do you think?" Feng Shiwu asked Li Qingshan. He personally believed he was a major realm of cultivation and a few minor realms higher than Li Qingshan, so he possessed an absolute advantage when it came to the heavenly secrets. Victory was guaranteed. "I obviously have no objections to little Anne's idea." Li Qingshan smiled. "I'm just afraid you'll go back on your word after you lose." Chapter 9:35. How is this possible? Feng Shiwu stared at his right hand in a daze. He raised his index and middle fingers, forming a scissors. On the other hand, Li Qingshan clenched his fist. It was clearly a rock, currently smiling resplendently. Feng Shiwu originally possessed absolute confidence in his heavenly secrets, but in the moment they clashed just now, he felt like all of the heavenly secrets had been shielded from him. He could no longer tell what Li Qingshan wanted to do. His mind became slightly flustered, and Li Qingshan grasped the opportunity, making a judgment based on the movements of his hand. In a split second, the outcome had already been determined. What's impossible about it? A loss is a loss. Do you accept it or not? Li Qingshan waved his rock at Little and before grinning at the little phoenix. My good son, you better follow your first father's surname, Li. Mighty be first father. The little phoenix gave him a thumbs up. Qingshan, why don't we go out of 3 and win 2? Feng Shiwu whispered, forcing out a hint of pleading with great difficulty. Don't even think about it. Li Qingshan turned him down firmly. A large part of his victory this time was luck. Even though the spirit turtle shielded him from the heavenly secrets, it was impossible for him to see through Feng Shiwu's next move. If Feng Shiwu had not shown an opening, his chances of victory would have been less than 30%. If they went at it another 2 times, who knew what the outcome would be? Why, Feng Shiwu stammered for quite a while, but he was not a person who would go back on his word after all. His principles forced him to accept this result, but he was unable to accept it no matter what. I know Senior Feng feels indignant, but please think about it, Senior. Qingshan's strength may not be as great as Senior's right now, but what about a century later? It's impossible for the Phoenix's child to remain on Fire Melt Mountain forever under Senior's protection, and it's impossible for Senior to wander around. The 9 provinces are so vast, so who can protect him? Parents love their children, so they have far-reaching plans. Please think about it, Senior. Little and spoke tirelessly, unlike Li Qingshan, who spoke and acted without restraint. Her considerations for him were even more far-reaching than his own. Maintaining a good relationship with Feng Shiwu would bring him extremely great benefits. Not only was he a powerful ally, but he also had to continue practicing the Phoenix's scripture of Nerva. If he wanted to break through to the 5th layer of the Phoenix in the future, the divine Wutong tree would still be the best place for cultivation. With Feng Shiwu's assistance, he could basically achieve twice the results with half the effort. Little girl, you're worthy of the word wise. Even though I know that you're cooperating with this brat to plot against me, I have to admit that what you said is very reasonable. If his surname is Li, then his surname is Li. If his second father is second father, then so be it. Feng Shiwu sighed. He was quite insightful. He could tell that Li Qingshan possessed tremendous potential and had a very great chance of ascending. He was indeed worthy of being called the first father. You should have done this long ago. You name it. Li Qingshan laughed heartily. Feng Shiwu had a plan a long time ago. After a moment of thought, he said, the Phoenix is male, and the Phoenix is female. You might as well follow my surname for the second character, which is Feng. Yuan is the beginning. Your rebirth and reincarnation from today onwards, your lifetimes, will all begin today. That's why I'll name it Yuan. What do you think? Li Feng Yuan. Li Feng Yuan. The little phoenix murmured softly. His little face became more and more delighted. He straightened his posture and landed on his knees. He bowed deeply. Thank you for bestowing me with this name, fathers. I will never forget your kindness of rebirth. He raised his head, but there was no one before him. As it turned out, Feng Shiwu and Li Qingshan had moved to the side at the same time, avoiding his bow. Are the 2 fathers dissatisfied with me? Li Feng Yuan pouted. Feng Shiwu said, don't forget about your bloodline. Since you're the son of the phoenix, you shouldn't bow to anyone, even us. Li Qingshan smiled. I hate kneeling to others the most, and I hate it when others kneel to me. As for your kindness of rebirth, that's even more bullshit. You don't owe us anything. Feng Shiwu and Li Qingshan exchanged glances and smiled. Li Feng Yuan sank into his thoughts. A gleam of light flashed through his eyes, and he leapt up from the ground and clapped his hands happily. I understand, I understand. I understand. It's not high, nor is it low. It's not coming, nor is it going. I definitely won't disappoint the two fathers. No, I won't disappoint myself. Little and sighed inside. It really was the legacy of the phoenix after all. This affinity for comprehension and spiritual qi was extraordinary. Feng Shiwu said, but I'll tell you the ugly truth first. As long as you don't gain my recognition, you can't leave Fire Melt Mountain. Qingshan, you have no objections, right? Hey, if you want to manage it, then so be it. I'll go consolidate my cultivation. Feng Yuan, learn well from your second father. There'll be a day when you soar through the skies. Actually, Li Qingshan had never been in such a mood in the first place. Time was far more important and urgent to him than Feng Shiwu. He wanted to advance as valiantly and diligently as possible so that he could fulfill the promise of the 9 heavens. It was just that he had never been willing to bow down to others, much less become the second son, which was why he wanted to compete. Now that the difference between them was clear, he might as well just leave the specific matters to Feng Shiwu. He had plenty of time anyway. He believed he would be even more qualified than him when it came to education. Not only did this child who was born as a god possess exceptional intelligence and intelligence, but he was also born with great strength that approached demon kings due to many fortuitous coincidences and painstaking efforts. At the same time, he possessed an extremely great curiosity. If he was not properly guided, he would probably become a little demon, a great demon of chaos in the future. Even if he ignored the distant future, undergoing the 3rd heavenly tribulation was only a matter of time. There was basically no possibility of failure. As a matter of fact, it would not even take him a lot of time. Meanwhile, even the 10 demon kings might not necessarily be able to keep a pure-blooded phoenix that had undergone the 3rd heavenly tribulation at bay. Demon kings that regular birds and beasts transformed into were basically an entire major realm of cultivation before him. In this aspect, although Li Qingshan possessed many different bloodlines, resulting in many abilities, every single bloodline was impure after all. As a matter of fact, they even affected one another, so they paled slightly in comparison to the phoenix's bloodline. Of course, this was because he was too greedy. There was nothing for him to complain about obtaining the body of a demonic god as a mortal. Moreover, his bloodline would constantly strengthen until it became pure. At that time, even the supreme divine bird would be left in the dust. Li Qingshan left the phoenix's nest and sat down under the divine wutong tree. Little and leaned against him gently and whispered into his ear, "Qingshan, when you fell asleep, the world was already in chaos. The flames of war raged everywhere." Really? The Mist Province and the Green Province have declared war? Li Qingshan roused in vigor. Sniffing the faint fragrance of sandalwood from her, he felt refreshed. They've already declared war 2 years ago. There have been over a dozen major battles and countless smaller ones. 5 great cultivators have died, but they're in a semi-truce right now. Why? Li Qingshan asked in surprise. Because the 2 provinces are facing disasters, said Little, and the locust plague of the Green Province and the demon plague of the Mist Province. Chapter 936. Is it because of the flying locust king? If it was a normal locust plague, no matter how great the impact, it would only affect a single prefecture. At most, only the mortals would suffer because of it. How could the King Chu of Qingzhou stop the war because of this? Even an ordinary demon king would not be able to do this. Exactly. I don't know how he escaped from the demon suppression hall. It's related to the time you entered the 8th floor of the demon suppression hall with that senior brother One Lamp. I never thought back then, but with the soaring Locust King's hatred towards the Chan Monastery of Devanaga, how could he let him go so easily? So that's how it is. But no matter how strong he is only one person. Could it be that there is no one in the Azure Province that can deal with him? There's something you don't know. His innate ability allows him to have countless incarnations, and it's hard to tell which one is real and which one is fake. The various parties in the Green Province have joined hands to hunt him down several times, but to no avail. At most, they can only eliminate a swarm of insects, but they can't find where his real body is. After all, he has suffered a great loss, so he is very cautious. The 72 demon monarchs of the past were indeed not weak. Even though they have been suppressed for thousands of years, they are not ordinary demon monarchs. Back then, the Chan monastery of Devanaga only suppressed him. Looks like it wasn't out of goodwill, but there was nothing they could do. Only now have I learnt that out of all the demon kings in the world, the Chan monastery of Devanaga is the only one who wants to suppress him. He leads a swarm of trillions of insects, and wherever he passes by, the ground will be scarlet. Humans, livestock, vegetation, and vegetation will all be devoured. It's said that over 100 cities and countless villages have already been destroyed. Over 10 million people have died to the insects. So ruthless. Li Qingshan frowned deeply. Once such a great demon king decided to go on a killing spree, it wouldn't just be a matter of eating a few people. Instead, it would be a matter of slaughtering a city and destroying a country. It would be even more terrifying than a natural disaster. If this situation could not be contained as soon as possible, it was unknown how many people would die in Qingzhou. Moreover, according to Little Anne's description, these locusts were clearly not ordinary insects. If this went on, not just mortals, but even some of the weaker Qi practitioners would not be able to escape the fate of being devoured. If that happened, the foundation of the Green Province's cultivation world would be destroyed. The Chan monastery of Devanaga is probably going to summon us back. Perhaps they've already sent a message, except the king of you has blocked it. Little Anne's eyes were serene. Looks like it is. Aren't you going to ask me whether I want to go back or not? Li Qingshan asked. At the very least, they were still disciples of the monastery in name. Fire Melt Mountain was 50,000 kilometers away from the Chan monastery of Devanaga, separated by mountains and valleys. Even to cultivators, it was a relatively great distance, and he was behind enemy lines too, so the Chan monastery of Devanaga could not order him around. You have to go back whether you want to or not. Little Anne smiled. The one who knows me best is Little Anne. Li Qingshan laughed heartily and kissed her cheek. Right now, the Green Province was like a giant whirlpool. Once one stepped into it, there would immediately be all sorts of disputes. Here, the Banyan Tree King was his friend, and the divine Wutong Tree would also protect him. But in Qingzhou, the Dragon King of the Sea was his mortal enemy, and there was also the Soaring Locust King. Here, he could use his complicated identity to transcend the war. The King of Southern Yu would not demand anything from him. But if he returned to the Green Province, both his identity and Little Anne's identity would definitely not allow him to remain uninvolved. However, he had to return, as there were still promises he had yet to fulfill, debts he had yet to repay, and lovers he had yet to spend time with. He pursued power, not to run away. If he only had to guard an empty mountain alone, what was the point no matter how powerful he became? As a result, he wanted to return. The current him was no longer the same as when he first came to the Mist Province. He was not confident that he could face any predicament or any enemy. I've been cooped up for so long, so it's about time for me to go out and take a walk. It'll be easy for me to reach a bottleneck if I cultivate alone. Alright, how's your cultivation going? I've already comprehended the third layer of the path of white bone and great beauty, but I'm lacking a lot of resources. Little girl, you must already have a plan in mind. Tell me about it, Li Qingshan urged. Do you remember the demon plague I mentioned earlier? Little Anne smiled. Oh, I haven't asked. What exactly is it about? The root of the demon plague still lies in Bone-Eating City. Little Anne told him everything about the demon plague. As it turned out, the demon domain had opened passageways to invade the world of the 9 provinces many times in the past. Although these passageways had all been sealed off after the battle, and the world itself could repair them, some of the larger passageways were difficult to repair. They could only be sealed up and suppressed, which was known as a land of demon suppression. Is Bone-Eating City a land of demon suppression like this? Li Qingshan had already learnt about Bone-Eating City through the myriad poison ancestor a long time ago. That place was basically a living city of demon folk, so it made perfect sense for the Bone-Eating Shaman King to do something like that. No, or the king of Yu's estate wouldn't have been caught so unprepared. The demon suppression hall we visited in the past is a true land of demon suppression. It's watched over by your master, the unraging monk, all year round, so it's actually very safe. However, not all places of demon suppression have a large sect like the Chan monastery of Devanaga watching over them. Even if they do, the demonic sects of the Mist province are probably extremely willing to collude with demon folk. They might even possess greater power. Li Qingshan understood that these demonic cultivators could do anything as long as there were benefits. There are especially many places of demon suppression in the Mist province. Demon chi surges into the air everywhere now. The demon folk have come again. A mere bone-eating shaman king can actually achieve something like that. Li Qingshan was rather doubtful. After the Battle of Fire Melt Mountain, he understood that even great cultivators were not invincible. It was not like the king of Southern Yu's estate was to be trifled with. Was it really impossible for them to not be able to handle a single one? A single bone-eating shaman king? The king of Southern Yu leveled Bone-Eating City to the ground a year ago. The bone-eating shaman king fled into the demon domain with heavy injuries, but in my opinion he only played the role of a guide, making the demon domain notice this place again. They saw an opportunity and launched another invasion. Actually, as long as demon folk are determined, they can still open a passageway here even without those places of demon suppression. So he's a guide. Li Qingshan could not help but recall the history of his past life. The invasions of other races were often inseparable from internal strife. The Great Xia Empire had stabilized the world and forcefully united the humans and demons, so the invasions of demon folk were pointless. Now that the world was in chaos, the humans, other folk and demons were all in conflict, unable to work together. If it were the Green Province, then so be it. Righteous sects like the Sword Collection Palace and the Chan Monastery of Devanaga still had the spirit to sacrifice themselves and purge demons, but in a savage land like the Mist Province where demonic cultivators roamed freely, who would be willing to risk their lives to fend off demon folk? There would probably be groups of guides. Looks like the king's estates of the two provinces aren't the only ones waiting for an opportunity to strike. Treating the 9 provinces as a chessboard is just a lie. No one can predict all the variables on this chessboard. I understand what you're trying to say. Since no one is willing to play the hero, then let's do it. Li Qingshan raised his head and gazed at the sky. The path of white bone and great beauty was destined to be built around massacres on a large scale, but let alone the fact that he disliked killing innocent people, even if he did not care at all, from a rational perspective, indiscriminate slaughter would definitely lead to the rejection of the entire world. In the end, he would be besieged from all sides. And these invading demon folk happened to be the best enemies. With a clang, he drew Tiger's Fang and pointed it at the sky. My blade is already dying of thirst. Several days later, 50 kilometers to the north of Fire Melt Mountain. Amidst the chain of volcanoes, there was a flowing river of magma. There was a small island. A small flower bloomed from the fiery red rocks. At first glance, it looked like a dandelion, but its color was bright red like flames. On the two sides of the river of magma, 2 shamans wielded weapons as they faced one another. One was a burly man with a head of messy, fiery red hair. The other was a skinny man with skin like charcoal. His body was tattooed with flame-like patterns. He stared at the red flower on the patch of sand greedily. Black Ghost, this is the king of savages' territory. Do you really want to fight me? The burly man suppressed his voice, as if he would alarm something terrifying if he spoke any louder. You son of a bitch, the blood of regular fire devourers flows through your veins. Don't you know that the king of savages hates fire devourers the most? If you alarm him, he'll crush you to a pulp with a single punch. Don't even think about taking the fire velvet flower from me. The 400 kilometers of Fire Melt Mountain was a special blessed land. It nurtured many wondrous treasures that could not be found elsewhere. The fire velvet flower was one of them. However, the fire devourers were too powerful in the past, so outsiders could not approach this place at all. Ever since the fire devourers were destroyed, the king of savages occupied the main peak of Fire Melt Mountain and entered secluded cultivation. Only then did a few bold shamans and cultivators approach this place to dig up some fire spiritual stones and so on. Let alone the fact that Li Qingshan was in the phoenix's nest and knew nothing about this. Even if he did, he would not care. These wondrous treasures were completely useless in his eyes. As time went on, more and more bold people gradually appeared. They constantly approached the depths of Fire Melt Mountain in a probing manner. After all, the closer they got to the main peak, the more good things there would be. Riches came from danger. Whether it was shamans or demonic cultivators, neither of them lacked courage in this aspect. Where there was interest, there would be conflict. Who knew how many times something like this had happened in the 400 kilometers of Fire Melt Mountain today? The two of them feared one another, but neither of them were willing to give up. Right when a great battle was about to erupt, a tender, clear voice suddenly rang out, "You two bastards, what are you doing in my home?" A fair-skinned child dressed in rainbow-colored feather leapt out of the magma. He glanced around with his intelligent eyes and seemed to understand the whole story. He said furiously, "How dare you pick my flower? Do you believe me when I say I'll kill you with a single spit?" The burly man and the black ghost were both taken aback. Their faces sank. They were both at the first heavenly tribulation. Otherwise, they would never have ventured so deeply into Fire Melt Mountain. They could be regarded as powerful figures in their respective tribes and sects, revered by everyone. Now that someone had suddenly scolded them, their feelings could obviously be imagined. Where did this bastard come from? How dare he behave so insolently before me, the Fire Venerable? Are you tired of living? The burly man bellowed. His muscles bulged as he thought rapidly, this is clearly the king of savages' territory. I've never heard of a child like him, and he's so young, yet he speaks so boldly. He even says this is his home. Don't tell me he's a flower spirit from the fire velvet flowers? It all made sense if that was the case. So he was just putting on a show. The cultivation community did not care much about outer appearance or age, but just how powerful could a child of 2 or 3 years old be? He was probably just born. Most importantly, under the guidance of a certain Wutong tree, the child did not give off any powerful aura. His crude words and actions nullified the noble and mystical aura he was born with. Chapter 937. A streak of scarlet light pierced through the air, and the center of the burly man's forehead lit up. Suddenly, there was a gentle breeze, and the light deviated slightly, brushing past his ear. The burly man only felt his ear heat up. Before he could even react to what had happened, he was still cursing, "You bastard, you've really grown tired of living. Just watch as your grandpa." Before he could finish, he saw the black ghost's face filled with shock and horror as he looked behind him. He could not help but turn around and discover a fiery red hole had appeared in the rock behind him. It went from thin to thick, running straight through the mountain. Even the rock that had withstood the flames of the earth for millions of years showed signs of melting. The burly man gulped. This did not seem like something a newborn flower fairy could achieve. If the hole had appeared in his head, then his 7-foot-tall body would be done for. As the saying went, you'll eventually run into a ghost after a long night. Fire Melt Mountain really was not a good place. Why did it deviate? Li Fengyuan scratched his head in doubt. Whatever, let's do it again. A shadow loomed over him, and a huge hand descended from above, pressing down on his tiny head and pushing it down viciously. Boom! The shoal split into pieces. Lava sprayed into the air as waves of air whistled through the surroundings. What's happening now? The brawny man and black ghost widened their eyes. When the smoke and dust dissipated, they saw a stalwart man squatting on the river of magma. He pressed the arrogant and despotic child's head into the magma with one hand. Ting Zhou collapsed and disappeared. The roar was obviously the result of the collision between the two. The child who had almost claimed their lives had been pressed to the ground with a single hand, which left them with a surreal feeling. From this person's appearance and strength, was he the king of savages, Li Qingshan? This thought made their hearts skip a beat at the same time. They had just dodged a wolf, only to be met with a fierce tiger. They really had not checked the almanac when they went out today. They were looking for death. Putting themselves in his shoes, if an outsider had invaded their territory, and they had come to steal, then not only would they kill them, but they would even use all sorts of torture to serve as an example to others. Not to mention that the savage king was famous for his ruthlessness. He would kill without batting an eyelid. His reputation was like the shadow of a tree. He was dead for sure. Thank you for saving my life, King of Savages. I've admired your great name since a long time ago and wanted to serve you, but unfortunately, I wasn't fated to do so, so I've been pacing around Fire Melt Mountain the entire time just to see you. My dream has basically come true today. The burly man dropped to his knees with a plop and said in great emotion, a tear squeezing out from the corner of his eye. Black Ghost secretly scolded him for being soft. He couldn't say such shameless words. He quickly knelt down and kowtowed. Li Qingshan reprimanded Li Fengyuan, "Brat, are you done yet? What did your second father teach you? Don't spit anywhere and don't swear. I don't think you took it to heart at all." The muscular man and the black devil were both startled. So this was really that child's home. If this child wasn't the Savage King's disciple, then he was his son. No wonder he was so fierce and overbearing. Moreover, hearing the King of Savages' words, their hearts turned cold. Not spitting or cursing was more important than their lives. "You're the one who taught me all of this. Father Feng already said that I shouldn't have been like this. It's all because of you. It's all because of you." Li Fengyuan struggled as hard as he could, refusing to accept this. The river of lava surged, but how could he resist Li Qingshan's divine strength? Li Qingshan grabbed him by the neck and lifted him out of the lava. He crossed his arms and his face was filled with indignation. He could not help but smile. Don't listen to his nonsense. If it weren't for me, would you still be here? Spitting and cursing isn't some great crime. This is called being open-minded. Your second father doesn't understand that at all. He's as smart as a woman, talking behind someone's back. Rumble. The main peak of Fire Melt Mountain in the distance shook violently, as if it was about to erupt. Li Qingshan stopped talking and sniggered, only to discover that Li Fengyuan was smiling the same way, as if he was saying, "Why aren't you talking anymore?" Li Qingshan could not help but shake his head. He really could not shirk this responsibility, so he changed the topic. "Why didn't you cultivate properly? Why did you sneak out?" "First father, I've come to see you off and get some fresh air." Li Fengyuan clasped his hands and smiled ingratiatingly. "You knew I was leaving?" Li Qingshan was slightly surprised. "We're father and son. I know exactly what you want to do, first father. You're begging me to take you with me, right?" Li Qingshan smiled. It's not like your second father's opponent, so what's the point of begging you?" Li Fengyuan showed a hint of disdain. "You don't try to provoke me. Anyway, your second father is right. Now is not the time. Go back." Li Qingshan let go. "You're still too weak right now. Your father has many enemies. When you fight, I might not be able to protect you. Don't worry, father. I'll definitely cultivate properly. When the time comes, I'll help you fight. I definitely won't get in your way." Li Fengyuan patted his chest and guaranteed. "All right." Li Qingshan laughed aloud. He really did live up to his name. He really did suit his temper. He could not help but recall what Brother Ox had said in the past, so he said, "I'll be waiting for that day." Logically speaking, Li Qingshan's long dream was completely insignificant compared to the Phoenix's legacy, but Li Fengyuan's personality just happened to be deeply influenced by him. Even Feng Shiwu could not understand it no matter how he thought about it. All he could do was sigh. A piece of rat poop spoils the entire pot of soup. Then what do we do with the two of them? Li Fengyuan pointed. Li Qingshan glanced past them, and the burly man and the black ghost both shivered. Li Qingshan said coldly, "We can't let them leave here." Little Feng Huang's existence was anything but trivial. If it was made public, who knew just how many people would covet her? It was better to avoid trouble. The two of them felt like they had been struck by lightning. They called out, "King of Savages, show mercy." "All right." Li Fengyuan roused in vigor. He rubbed his hands and pursed his lips, showing no fear towards slaughter at all. "Don't kill them either." Li Qingshan could sense that to him, killing people was like a child crushing ants. What virtue or guilt? It was all bullshit. There was only the purest joy. This was not a good sign. Although he would not be able to avoid being dyed in blood, he had to understand the meaning of slaughter. Why? Li Fengyuan's face collapsed. He was very unhappy. They even want to steal my flower. As he said that, he raised his right hand, which surprisingly held the fire velvet flower. Since when? Li Qingshan was slightly taken aback before breaking out into laughter. It really was a natural divine bird after all, the leader of the feathered species. In terms of talent alone, it was thousands of times greater than the cowherd boy of the past. Because I'm stronger than you, Li Qingshan said sternly, if you say you can't, then you can't. First father, you're being unreasonable, Li Fengyuan called out. Feng Shiwu was a modest gentleman. When he interacted with Li Fengyuan, he paid special attention to the bearing of a gentleman. He was not as overbearing and unreasonable as Li Qingshan. Father, my surname is Li. I'm the most reasonable. Li Qingshan smiled, making Li Fengyuan cry out in anger. Anyway, you do as you see fit. I'm about to set off. Li Qingshan glanced out of the corner of his eye. Little and was floating on a distant mountain. Goodbye, father. Fengyuan, I wish you victory in every battle and prosperity in martial arts. Li Fengyuan's expression was serious. He crossed his hands and bowed. His feathered clothes drifted about. Although he was very young, he already possessed a sense of composure. Li Qingshan nodded slightly and did not say anything else. He took a step through the air and arrived on the distant mountain. Come and visit me when you have time. Li Fengyuan took a few steps forward, and a layer of mist covered his eyes. Tears trickled down his cheeks. They were all fire-red and translucent, landing on the fire velvet flower in his hand. They immediately bloomed even more resplendently. At the end of the day, he was still a child. He was not used to parting. Although they were not true father and son, and they had not spent much time together, he felt a special closeness to this father who had passed his surname to him. Wait for me to return. If you can't take 3 moves from me, I'll kill you. Li Qingshan's voice rang out from afar. He had already disappeared into the sky. All right. Li Fengyuan wiped his tears away and looked around. The burly man and the black ghost were secretly looking at him. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a good man cry before? You 2 bastards, get over here. The mountains rose and fell, the trees were dense, and the mist was continuous. Li Qingshan and Little and flew over 5,000 kilometers and arrived before Savage Mountain. They passed through the thick mist and arrived in a valley. The scene before him made him slightly surprised. There was a city in the valley. There were many temples and pavilions, and it was bustling with noise. If not for the banyan tree king blocking out the sky, it would seem like the first time he had come to Savage Mountain. The banyan tree king's gratified voice rang out in his mind. You're back. I'm back. It's good that you're back. Someone has been waiting here for a long time. Who is it? Who is it? Stop right there. How did you get in here? How dare you barge into my Savage Mountain? A man with a painted face and a spear jumped out and questioned loudly. His gaze landed on Little Anne, and he was unable to move it away. He revealed an infatuated expression. I should be the one asking that. Li Qingshan laughed aloud. He no longer purposely held back, allowing his aura to spread out as he strode towards the great banyan tree. The man with the spear shuddered. He felt like the tall man before him was growing taller and taller, blocking out the sky. He was like a mountain pressing down on him. The valley fell silent. Everyone raised their heads at the same time, and their hearts beat like drums. A while earlier, a monk had been munching away in a noisy tavern. His face was dark and ugly, and his gray monk robes were covered in a layer of grease, turning it black and yellow. He wore a large string of prayer beads around his neck. From time to time, people would greet him and joke, "Ugly monk, you really can't live without meat." The ugly monk would raise his head and open his oily mouth, revealing a simple and honest smile. The ugly monk had come to Savage Mountain over 2 years ago. Back then, the 2 provinces had yet to formally declare war, and Savage Mountain had already developed to a relatively large scale. Many shamans and cultivators gathered here. Although it was no longer a place of escape like before, this was still the South after all. Finding a kind-hearted person here was even more difficult than ascending. The ugly monk's arrival disrupted this phenomenon. His simple and honest face displeased people everywhere. In the beginning, some people thought he was faking it. There had never been a lack of actors like him here. However, gradually, everyone realized that was not the case. The ugly monk was truly naive. He did not retaliate when beaten or scolded. Instead, he tried to persuade people to be kind. The kind will be taken advantage of. This was basically a saying of wisdom. Persuading people to be kind was no different from cursing them. As a result, the ugly monk suffered even more beatings and curses. If it were not for the fact that killing was forbidden in the valley, he might have been beaten to death a long time ago. This continued until one day, when the people whom the ugly monk had tried to persuade countless times began to vanish one by one, but the cave masters remained silent. It was said that the ugly monk had turned into a monster and eaten the people who had gone missing. He was actually the direct disciple of the first cave master, the gentleman of heavenly blubber, which was why everyone became polite to him. However, the ugly monk remained the same. He remained simple and honest, persuading people to be kind. No one knew his name or Dharma name, nor did anyone know where he had come from or why he had remained here until now. The ugly monk suddenly raised his head and leapt to his feet. He said in surprise and joy, "First senior brother." Right when he was about to rush out of the tavern, he suddenly studied himself with a frown. He shook his clothes, and his monk's robes became as clean as before. He pulled himself together, and there was not even a speck of dust on him. The greasy prayer beads around his neck recovered their crystalline luster, flowing with different colors of light. He had turned into a clean, ugly monk. He turned into a gray shadow and arrived before Li Qingshan. He brought his palms together and bowed. "First senior brother, do you still recognize me?" Chapter 938. Not long. It's only been 2 years. First senior brother, it's been 20 years since we last saw each other. So it's already been so long. Li Qingshan suddenly sighed. Just his secluded cultivation on Fire Melt Mountain had taken over a decade. Coupled with the years he spent in the south, it really had been 20 years. To mortals, 20 years was an eternity. Even though it was not exactly a period of time, it was still a period of time in which people had changed. However, to cultivators, it actually felt extraordinarily brief. Before him, the little demon folk he had saved in the demon suppression hall had already grown up before he knew it. Although he had yet to undergo the second heavenly tribulation, his cultivation was no longer weak. "First senior brother, Master wants me to invite you back. Senior Banyan Tree King said you're currently in secluded cultivation, so I'll be waiting for you here." "I understand." Li Qingshan patted Duo's shoulder and continued towards the great banyan tree. Duoj was afraid to rush him. He followed behind silently. From the beginning till the end, he did not look straight at little Anne at all. At this moment, a fatty the size of a mountain of flesh received him. He smiled from ear to ear. "My king, you've emerged from seclusion." Behind him were 7 or 8 cave masters, all of whom Li Qingshan had never seen before. They gazed at the king of savages before them with different expressions and bowed together. "Greetings, king of savages." "Second fatty, no, first fatty, you still haven't undergone the third heavenly tribulation. I'm sick of being the king of savages." Li Qingshan smiled, but he did not stop. "You only know how to make fun of me, my king. How can I covet your throne? Even if I really undergo the third heavenly tribulation, I'll still be your subordinate." The gentleman of heavenly blubber's mountainous body caught up to Li Qingshan's footsteps with great agility. He took half a step back. "Allow me to introduce you, my king. These are the new cave masters of my savage mountain. There's no need for introductions. Just remember them yourself." Li Qingshan waved his hand. Let alone the fact that he was about to leave the Mist Province, even if he stayed here as the king of savages, remembering these people's names and origins was meaningless to him, so he might as well save himself the trouble. The new cave masters looked at each other in dismay. They had long heard that the king of savages was extremely arrogant. Now that they had seen it for themselves, it was true that he considered everyone beneath him. However, even the gentleman of heavenly blubber was behaving so subserviently, so they dared not act rashly. They followed behind him silently, which made sense to them. It would instead be abnormal if someone like him did not have some arrogance. Li Qingshan walked alone, with the various cave masters following behind him. From time to time, there would be people following him from both sides of the street. They had to be people who had survived the heavenly tribulations and had some reputation. Miscellaneous people could only watch silently from the side. When the group of people walked by, they would lower their heads. The gentleman of heavenly blubber introduced the various changes that had occurred in the south during the decade or so that Li Qingshan had spent in secluded cultivation. The place that had changed the most was Savage Mountain. The current Savage Mountain was no longer the place of escape it had been in the past. After the myriad poison cult was destroyed, it had replaced it as the center of the southern border. Under the King of Savage's great banner, the gentleman of heavenly blubber and the other two cave masters waged war everywhere. Those who submitted to them would prosper, while those who opposed them would perish. They gathered people from various aspects of the southern border, forming an organization that was neither a sect nor a tribe, but more like a gang. My king, your return is like a vicious tiger returning to the mountains, rallying everyone with a single call. King of Savages is no longer enough to describe you. I think you can change it to King of the South. You'll unite the South and establish yourself as a king. The gentleman of heavenly blubber flattered. Actually, he was not lying. The myriad poison cult and the fire devourers had already been destroyed. The divine Wutong tree could serve as a powerful ally, while the merfolk of the South Sea could be regarded as allies. The two supreme human kings and demon kings of the Mist Province were extremely friendly with Li Qingshan too. Before he knew it, Li Qingshan had already made a name for himself in the Mist Province. All of the manpower and resources in the south were at his disposal. He truly was like a tiger crouching on a mountain, mighty and awe-inspiring. Duoj followed behind Li Qingshan and glanced around. He discovered that the cave master's gazes towards him had changed, becoming a little more respectful. As it turned out, he had the Banyan Tree King vouching for him, such that even if he killed a few villains who had committed countless crimes on Savage Mountain, the cave masters would not be able to do anything to him. However, their gazes towards him were rather hostile. After all, he had broken the rules of Savage Mountain, and there were plenty of disciples and followers of the cave masters among the people he had killed. A vicious, barbaric land like the South could not tolerate a Buddhist disciple who was so compassionate. He was basically imprisoned in the valley. If Li Qingshan refused to acknowledge him as his disciple upon his return, the cave masters would immediately swallow him alive. The gentleman of heavenly blubber was the most amiable to him, basically being recognized as his direct successor by outsiders, but he was prepared to swallow him whole at any time. However, after Li Qingshan acknowledged him as his junior brother, the gentleman of heavenly blubber would glance at him from time to time. He seemed even more amiable and kind. However, within his pride, he also felt deep worry. Master is right. First senior brother is definitely not someone to be trifled with. He'll accomplish something no matter where he goes. Who knows how much more powerful his cultivation has become compared to 20 years ago, but will first senior brother return to the Green Province with me under these circumstances? Li Qingshan asked the gentleman of heavenly blubber a little more and learnt that Ru Exen was no longer on Savage Mountain. Instead, she found this place too noisy, so she had gone to the myriad poison cult to cultivate. He could not help but smile. She sure knew how to pick a place. In terms of blessed lands alone, the myriad poison cult could be regarded as the greatest in the south, except it was not as large as Savage Mountain. However, as a large sect, it was more than enough to serve as her personal dwelling. And while the myriad poison cult had been destroyed, neither the outer formations nor the internal structures were damaged at all. Their various functions were still present. Just the medicinal gardens inside were filled with many precious spiritual herbs, which were extremely suitable for alchemy and cultivation. In the past, he had ordered the myriad poison ancestor to cooperate with her to refine pills, but she did not waste this opportunity, taking control of the blessed land along with him. Then Li Qingshan asked, I heard demon plagues are happening everywhere in the Mist Province. How's the south? Actually, he had already learned from Little and that the demon plagues in the south were the most severe across the entire Mist Province. If the Mist Province was a land of wilderness, then the south was the wilderness among the wilderness. In the ancient times, it had been an important region for demon folk to invade, leaving behind many places to suppress demons. If it were not for the divine nun of the South Sea and the master of the sword pavilion running about everywhere, purging demons and protecting the righteous path, perhaps this place would have become the world of demon folk already. Savage Mountain would not even exist. However, he still wanted to hear the opinion of the gentleman of Heavenly Blubber, the actual commander of the greatest organization in the south. The gentleman of Heavenly Blubber deliberated over his words. There are a total of 21 demon caverns of various sizes in the south. 9 have been sealed up now, so there are still 12 left. Demon folk are extremely vicious and stubborn, just like the legends, and they become even more powerful and strange after demonifying. They're extremely difficult to deal with, so the second cave master has always been running about outside. What about you? Haven't you thought of a way to assist him? Li Qingshan stopped and turned around to ask. The dense group behind him immediately stopped, falling silent. The gentleman of Heavenly Blubber was left speechless. Who would be willing to waste their precious cultivation time and risk their lives to fight demon folk? The second cave master, the Marquis of Serene Sea, was under the King of Southern Yu's orders, so he was forced to run about and risk his life. The gentleman of Heavenly Blubber could not wait to watch the show from one side, eager for him to die in the demon plague. Why would he think about assisting him? I understand. Li Qingshan shook his head gently. How could he not understand what the gentleman of Heavenly Blubber was thinking? Actually, if it were not for the sake of finding resources for Little Anne's cultivation, he would never have thought about fighting demon folk either. Even if the sky collapsed, there were tall people to hold it up. Those great demon kings and great cultivators were not worried, so what was a White Hawk commander like him supposed to do? The so-called overall situation of the Mist Province and the entire world was something that only the King of Southern Yu and the Emperor of Great Xia had to consider. It was not because of how great they were, but because it had to do with their personal interests. To regular individuals, it was not that they could not see the long-term dangers of the demonfolk's invasion, but if they lost their lives, what long-term benefits would there be to discuss? What are you following me for? You can all disperse. Go do whatever you need to do. Arriving under the great banyan tree, Li Qingshan glanced backwards and waved his hand in an unconcerned manner. The feeling of a vicious tiger returning to the mountains was quite nice, but tigers were solitary animals at the end of the day. They did not need too many people to follow them around. Most importantly, all the monkeys could provide were wild fruits. They could not satisfy the tiger's appetite, so all that was left was the vanity of lofty superiority. It was enough for him to experience it once in a while. Li Qingshan and Little Anne arrived on the great banyan tree. The banyan tree king asked with a smile, "Did you get along well with that fellow Feng?" Chapter 939. Right now, the sun was shining brightly. Even with the thick canopy of green leaves, there were still stars. Specks of light flickered. Li Qingshan spoke casually, as if he was not talking about the demon folk who had stirred up the world, but regular people. It was not because of arrogance. This confidence had been forged from his own slaughter. In the past, under the Demon Suppression Hall, he had used the Demon Suppression Statuary to kill tens of thousands of demon folk despite being unable to use his powers as demons. After so many years, his painstaking cultivation had not been for show. He could now use his abilities without any qualms at all. He believed he could put up a fight against any opponent he faced. Under the great banyan tree, the people who had yet to disperse all raised their heads. They were all stunned. Everyone knew about the horrors of the demon plague. A small part of the reason why Savage Mountain could develop to its current state was because of the demon plague. The shamans and cultivators in precarious situations had come here to seek protection. When they heard that, they gained a better understanding of the king of Savage's arrogance. Purging the demons? The great banyan tree swayed gently, and the light flickered with it. To enforce justice on behalf of the heavens, obviously. Li Qingshan smiled. Little An's path of white bone and great beauty was far too evil, just like his 9 transformations of the demonic and divine. He did not want anyone to know about it, so there was no need for him to go into too much detail. That's not wrong. The foreign invasion has overturned the universe. If you can do something about it, you'll have done the world a service. The Banyan Tree King did not delve too deeply into the matter. He switched to communicating secretly. It's just a pity that the world won't give me any benefits. That's not necessarily the case. The will of heaven is vast and unpredictable. Although it's different from living creatures, it still has its own laws and laws. Haven't you heard of the blessings of heaven? The Banyan Tree King said secretively. Over the past tens of millions of years, he had extended his branches high into the sky and plunged his roots deep into the ground, so he had an extremely deep understanding of the heavens and earth of this world. The wonders within were difficult to explain to outsiders. The godfolk have resisted the demon folk for many years. Isn't that a great service to the world? In the end, their divine kingdom still collapsed and they were reduced to other folk. Where are the blessings of the heavens? Li Qingshan was unconvinced. There's the will of the heavens above, and there's human affairs below. Do your best and be content with the will of the heavens. The blessings of the heavens aren't direct beneficence, nor will they directly participate in the changes of the world, but they are everywhere. I can't see it or touch it, so I still have to rely on myself. Li Qingshan spread his hands. The Banyan Tree King smiled and said, "There is nothing wrong with relying on yourself. Since you have this intention, I will naturally lend you a helping hand. However, you have to consider this carefully. The more devil's dens you clear, the less pressure King Chu will face. Then, he will be able to pour more power into the north. The King Chu will not be happy to see that. I'm still a Buddhist disciple and a White Hawk commander after all. This has always been my responsibility, so how can I care about their discord? I refuse to believe the Chan Monastery of Devanaga will blame me because of this. Not to mention that once I return to the Green Province, I still have to find a way to deal with that locust, so I might as well just let the two of them have nothing to worry about and fight to the death," Li Qingshan said. Little An had mentioned this before, but with how vast the world was, cultivation was the most important. As long as he and Little An both underwent the third heavenly tribulation, who cared who was happy? The King Chu would be more than eager to rope him in. The soaring locust king. Although he has been suppressed by the Chan Monastery of Devanaga for far too long and is still extremely weak right now, his cultivation is still there, and he's most skilled in devouring everything to recover. He won't be so easy to deal with. And don't forget that the lowest floor of the demon suppression hall happens to be a demon cavern. It's probably not a coincidence that the locust plague and the demon plague started at the same time. He's just a demon's guide. Though, when there are too many deaths, there's no need to worry about them. It's not like I'm missing one more enemy. Now that I've returned to the Green Province, I obviously have to find a way to settle my grievances," Li Qingshan said firmly. Then he thought of something and asked, "I almost forgot to ask. What do you think about the demon folk's invasion, fellow? Just like how demons and demons were inseparable, demons never had the moral values of humans. Even if this world turned into a demon domain, it would just be all the human cultivators becoming demonic cultivators. However, even the righteous cultivators of the current era would never hesitate when killing demons. Even if the environment did not become better, it was not exactly worse either. After all, the ancestor god that the bone-eating shamans worshipped was a demon god. I'm already very old. Although I personally believe I'm rather tolerant, I've grown accustomed to the current environment. If this world turns into a demon domain, I probably won't be able to adapt to it," the Banyan Tree King said slowly, but I can't make my children throw their lives at others over the stubbornness of an old man like me. Sigh. Sure enough, old trees have many roots and old people have many words. You can just listen to what I'm saying. I see. You sure have hidden yourself well, old man. Li Qingshan broke into laughter. As it turned out, this demon king of the Mist Province was a warmonger. He advocated resisting the demonfolk's invasion, but he appeared to be a peacemaker to the outside world. In the past 2 years, he had drawn the demons away from the demon caverns as if it did not matter how the world turned out. This also touched on the conflict between the humans and demons. After all, no one had no standpoint. Even for the Banyan Tree King, who was renowned for his peace, as long as he had a standpoint, there would be pros and cons. He would not be able to avoid scheming and planning. If the humans suffered heavy losses after this great chaos, then even if the demons did not rule over the 9 provinces again, their days would still be much better. The king of Southern Yu has talked to me quite a lot, wanting me to take part in the battle. I'll treat you as one of my subordinates and deal with him. How's that? All right. As long as you give the order, I'll be at your beck and call. Though, are there any benefits in it? Li Qingshan rubbed his hands. Kid, you're still trying to act innocent after getting what you want. Earlier, you wanted my advice and now you're asking for benefits. I'm just saying. I know the will of the heavens is unpredictable. There's no benefit in just being blessed. As long as you understand. Why don't you take out the mental map of the Mist Province? Under the Banyan Tree King's guidance, the various demon caverns of the Mist Province were all marked out, including the situation of each demon cavern, such as roughly how many demon folk there were, their general strength, who was currently suppressing them, and so on. Li Qingshan was sincerely convinced. This old tree king had a combination of spy satellites, computer analysis, and strategic planning. He felt like he had been enlightened. After a slight discussion with Little and Li Qingshan decided to go from easy to difficult, choosing a demon cavern in the south. Right when he was about to set off, he heard the Banyan Tree King's voice again. Don't forget, I owe you a banyan fruit. Go get it from Towering City when you have the time. Li Qingshan grinned and patted the tree. I'll never forget it. The banyan fruit was the legendary fruit of wisdom, a crystallization of the Banyan Tree King's wisdom. It could enlighten one with wisdom, but it would not disturb one's mind. It was rather similar to the phoenix's legacy and extremely precious. Li Qingshan had once ingested one, and the effects were extremely impressive. It took a lot of effort for the Banyan Tree King to produce one too. This branch had already produced one before, so producing another would take another millennium at the very least. As a result, he could only get Li Qingshan to collect it from his main body. Li Qingshan had come to seek advice from the Banyan Tree King in the first place, so this fruit of wisdom was basically a free gift. He was showing great kindness. Chapter 940. A crescent moon illuminated the barren mountains, flickering in and out of the clouds condensed from black-red demon chi. It had also been dyed scarlet. A huge stone demonic formation was erected on the barren mountains. The jagged rocks were engraved with strange demonic inscriptions, standing in rings one after another. Demon chi surged into the air from the concentric rings, connecting the sky and the earth, spreading out into thick, demonic clouds in the air. Looking down from above, people surged about on the barren mountains. The densely packed demon folk surged about like ants. Under the command of the demon generals, they carried the stone pillars to their designated locations. As the stone pillars were erected, the surging demon chi became denser and denser, shrouding the stars and moon. Although their bodies completely surpassed mortals, the arduous work still filled the demon folk with complaints. They were not the low-level corpses and ghosts of the hungry ghost realm. They also had normal emotions. With the crisp sound of a whip, a four-armed, four-legged demon folk supervisor swung the metal whip in his hand, lashing it viciously against the head of a slacking demon folk. His brain immediately burst open, and he rolled down the mountain. This is the fate of anyone who dares to slack off. Keep working. Don't stop. The demon folk supervisor swept his metal whip and glanced down the mountain, smiling viciously. The slacking demonfolk's corpse rolled all the way to the foot of the mountain, where it stopped moving. A while later, the corpse suddenly leapt up, rushing off into the jungle with half of its head still. Pairs of red eyes lit up in the jungle. Sweet, sweet. Black figures whizzed through the canopy, chasing after the fleeing demon folk and swooping down. As it turned out, it was a group of wild monkeys. These monkeys that should have been regular beasts had become abnormally vicious. Basically all of their fur had fallen off, revealing their muscular bodies and sharp claws and teeth. The prolonged, miserable cries of fleeing demon folk rang out in the jungle. The demon folk's supervisor sneered a few more times. Everything within 50 kilometers of the demon cavern has been affected by demon chi. It's not just the wild beasts. Even the trees have been demonified. It's just wishful thinking if you think you can escape with just your tough life force. The stronger your life force, the greater the pain you endure. However, when a demon general glared at him, the demon folk's supervisor immediately stopped smiling. He thought viciously inside, "You're just a mere demon general. You might be slightly stronger than me, but you're still expendable. Even a few demon commanders have died. I'd like to see how long you can remain complacent for." Crossing a long, straight gully, he could not help but think of the majestic sword chi he had seen 3 days ago. He shivered inside. There were several dozen gullies like that on the barren mountain. The huge stone pillars had been cut in half smoothly. The demon folk's primary job was to repair the huge stone formation. In the center of the huge stone array, where the surging demon chi was located, there was a huge and strange purple-red ball of flesh floating in the air. Blue veins and blood vessels were densely intertwined, and thousands of tentacles with hideous sharp thorns were floating quietly. At first glance, they seemed exactly the same as humans, but at a closer glance, some of them had 4 or 5 eyes, while others had a pair of wings. Coupled with their strange, colorful attire, they seemed sinister and strange everywhere. At first glance, they were almost exactly the same as humans, but upon closer inspection, some of them had 4 or 5 eyes, some had a pair of wings, and they were dressed in strange clothes of various colors, giving off a ghastly and strange feeling. At first glance, they seemed exactly the same as humans, but at a closer glance, some of them had 4 or 5 eyes, while others had a pair of wings. Coupled with their strange, colorful attire, they gave off a sense of gloom and strangeness. The moon flickered in and out of view. The demon folk were currently in full swing. The purple-red ball of flesh suddenly trembled, and its thousands of tentacles straightened out as if it was searching for something. It was cautious. "Sir." The demon commanders began to move. Like statues that had sprung to life, they bowed towards the purple-red ball of flesh politely. "That sword cultivator has come again. Activate the 12 citadel demon formation of the ominous and prepare for battle." An invisible thought radiated out from the purplish-red ball of flesh. The demon folk cast aside what they were doing and dispersed loudly, gathering towards the demon cavern in the center of the huge stone formation. The demon folk overseer swung his iron whip and sent a few demon folk blocking his way flying. He strode forward. The 12 stone pillars under the feet of the 12 demon marshals suddenly lit up with demonic light. The stone pillars on the periphery also lit up. In the blink of an eye, all the stone pillars were lit up, illuminating the entire barren mountain. The demonic chi faintly formed a majestic city wall. "I wonder if I can survive this time." That sword cultivator is even more powerful than regular demon kings. Even that big bastard, the Thousand Tendrils King, suffered greatly in their first clash. All he could do was maintain his demonified form. Those important figures have their own ambitions, yet they just have to make us risk our lives for them. What a bunch of kind-hearted people. They deserve to die, they deserve to die. The demon folk's supervisor thought to himself. Suddenly he heard a strange, shrill whistle. Before he could even respond, a streak of light tore through the air and whistled over, killing its way into the grand city formed by the 12 citadel demon formation of the ominous. Light shot out in all directions as sword chi surged. Wherever it passed by, demon chi split open and the stone pillars snapped. Swept by the residual sword chi, the demon folk were torn to pieces and scattered. The thousand tendrils king swung his tentacles madly, lashing them at the streak of light. At the same time, he radiated with invisible waves of demonic consciousness in an attempt to disturb his opponent's mind. However, the sword cultivator merged with his sword, twisting and turning between the tentacles and cutting through them one by one. His heart of the sword had been thoroughly tempered, so it was not affected at all. Yidwanhai, there will be a day when I flatten your South Sea Sword Pavilion and kill everyone close to you. I'll make you watch them wail until they die with your own eyes. The thousand tendrils king's roars filled the demonic clouds as demon chi surged. The newcomer was the master of the sword pavilion, Yi Duanhai. He said nothing coldly, completely disdainful of speaking to the thousand tendrils king. However, in less than 10 minutes, he had pulled back. He felt rather helpless inside. Although he seemed to have gained the upper hand, he was unable to deal a fatal blow to the thousand tendrils king. And, under the influence of the 12 citadel demon formation of the ominous, advancing was even more difficult than moving through the thick earth. His powers were depleted extremely quickly, so he could not fight for long. In that short period of time, the sea-splitting sword in his hand had become covered in a layer of gloominess, tainted by demon chi and demon blood. It would take quite a lot of effort to clean it up. If he just left it there, it would gradually turn into a demonic weapon, which would affect his heart of the sword instead. Of course, he could choose to put his life on the line or organize even more people to surround him, but once the situation went awry, the thousand tendrils king would immediately retreat to the demon domain. It would be impossible for him to pursue them, and the other demon caverns would receive the news and speed up their attacks. As a result, this was destined to be a war of attrition. Right now, all he could do was constantly wear them down, preventing the demon folk from gaining a stable footing. Eventually, there would come a day when they could no longer withstand the exhaustion and would retreat. However, he understood very well that this hope was minuscule. Compared to the previous invasions of the demon folk throughout history, this could only be regarded as a probe right now. It was not even a true attack, let alone a general attack or a decisive battle. Thinking up to there, he could not help but frown. Just what kind of state would the world of the 9 provinces fall to? You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.